like to call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Good morning and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. Unless otherwise ordered by the Sacramento County Public Health, the state, or by other legal mandate, including AB 361 board resolution, the Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings. Live streaming of the full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. There will be one public comment period for items on the agenda during the special board meeting, in person or via Zoom. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board. Individuals may defer their time to another individual speakers to increase their total time beyond 3 minutes. The guidelines for the in-person public comments and participation can be found on the table outside of the boardroom in the district's website. Please be mindful that the district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such as those observing from children to adults are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9, the board shall not permit any disturbance or unwillful interruption of the meetings. Persistent disruption by individual group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. The board president may call a recess at any point during the meeting. And the first item up is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask Ms. Lisa Lavasser to help lead the pledge. Thank you.
Good morning. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public comments for items on the agenda. I believe there are no Zoom public comments. Is that correct?
Good morning. Yes, Madam President, there are no Zoom public comments.
Are there any blue cards, Mr. Yang?
Good morning. There's no blue cards.
Thank you. So the next item is one-time funding, and I'd like to call on Mrs. Hayes.
Good morning, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. I'm going to talk a little bit about our one-time funding, but before I begin, I'm going to open it up with Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. So just a quick introduction to the topic. So the first slide here, just to make sure we're all on the same page. These are the shared budget planning principles that we've been using for several years with the cabinet team, the board, and all of our bargaining units. And they've served us well. So I just always like to do a reminder as we're working through all of our budget processes. These are the things that we lean back on, and they've supported us through some pretty crazy times over the past several years. So I always just want to make sure we highlight that. And then the second one, we're at a really interesting time with regards to budgets overall, and with regards to the COVID relief funding and everything that came through ESSER 1, 2, and 3. We're halfway through. We're going to complete 1 today and show you that 1's done. And we're about halfway through 2 and 3. And so it's a really good opportunity to take stock of where we are and make plans moving forward. And you're going to see there's an opportunity also to leverage additional funding that's come from the state designed to help us keep many of the ESSER programs and services that we put in place in the past year and a half into be able to do those even longer through those funding. So a couple things I want to just kind of set the stage kind of moving forward. So first off, I want to celebrate the accomplishments of what we have done over the past 2.5 years through ESSER 1, in the first half of ESSER 2 and 3, and with the support of the board and direction of the board, we have added significant resources to our school sites. We've upgraded our technology services across the district. We're now a one-to-one district. Every student has a device, and our teachers have never been more technologically savvy than they've ever been before. We've done huge upgrades at our Title I schools with regards to technology upgrades that directly impact the quality of instruction that's able to happen in the classroom. So a lot of things to celebrate that we've done over the past 2.5 years working through the pandemic. We are at the point halfway through ESSER 2-3 where we have to do a really careful analyzing of what we've put in place, what's working well, and how do we know it's working well, and make determinations about keeping it going long term. And then there's an opportunity to leverage the new funding that the state has allocated to be able to keep those programs and services that are showing results, to be able to keep those going even longer before we have to make some of the really tough decisions about how we make things ongoing that we've determined are of great value. So just there's a lot of work along this in this area, but it really is an opportunity to take short moment and celebrate the work that's been done. But really, this is an opportunity looking forward. How do we move forward from today through 27, 28 with regards to these programs and services that we've been able to put in our schools? And the presentation today, I think Ms. Hayes will be able to take us through very clear progress that we've made and our logical next steps. And we look forward to any feedback from the board this morning. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman. So before I begin, we did bring hard copies. There is a section in the back that's an appendix that I will not be presenting. So if anybody would like a hard copy, we do have them. Mr. Hoffman's coming. So as Mr. Hoffman stated, we were going to look at our ESSER funds. This was not an all-inclusive list of the federal relief funding we received. The reason we're focusing on the ESSER is because those came to us with restrictions, and we had to provide a plan of how we were going to expend the funds. And so when you look at the appendix in the back, you will see that there's much more money than what we're going to talk about today. So those monies, starting on page 33 of the appendix, I believe. It's the program listing of everything that we've done since COVID happened, since the beginning of the pandemic. I think, yes, I think the total is 57 million. So I don't want you to get too hung up on the numbers because I'm going to go through them today. The reason it was important that we make sure that we aligned with the ESSER funds, as I stated earlier, there's a plan that we had to provide. So we wanted to make sure that we were true to that plan. As you guys have been here with us through all of that, you know, there's been numerous plans that have happened. So we're going to go through ESSER. What we're referring to is round one. We do have an update then for ESSER. We had actually 2 different funding sources coming for rounds 2 and 3. And that plan was approved by the board under the label ESSER 3, but there was really 2 rounds of funding in there. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the new one-time funds, the Learning Recovery Emergency Fund, and the Art, Music, Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. And then another funding source that's coming, and it's very, very new, is the Arts and Music in Schools, which was approved through Proposition 28. So those funds are not one time, they are ongoing, so it's a little bit different, but I wanted to at least allow you the opportunity to see what that looks like as far as the decisions that are made when we have to submit the plan for the art, music, instructional materials, and how it would feed potentially into our own ongoing funding streams. So looking at round one, the district received $16.8 million. I'm going to go through really quickly the allowable uses, and the only reason why we're regurgitating this is because these were the same uses available, allowable uses, excuse me, for rounds 2 and 3. But in rounds 2 and 3, they started to add additional uses. And they refined some of the previous uses to be more specific to the teaching and learning side. So the allowable uses for round 1 was addressing learning loss, providing additional academic services, materials, and technology, addressing barriers to learning, addressing health and safety. Big, huge push to address pupil trauma and social emotional learning. Allowable uses were also in the area of providing school leaders with resources to address their individual needs, and we did send site allocations out to the schools. We had activities to address unique needs of our low-income students, students with disabilities, English learners, racial and ethnic minority students, experiencing homelessness, and foster care. So we also needed to develop procedures and systems to improve preparedness and response efforts. So there was another large push from the federal government to ensure that districts across the state were prepared in the event that there is another pandemic, and then planning for long-term closures in the event that was to happen again. Continued uses were for staff training and professional development on how to sanitize and minimizing the spread of disease. Supplies for PPE, more technology, mental health services, summer learning, and then other activities necessary to maintain the operation and continuity of services and to continue the employment of existing staff. So as you recall, even though we shut down, we did not lay off any of our employees. Our essential workers in some cases worked from home, but that was very limited to the period of time in which we were actually physically closed. That's important to note because when our attendance dropped, we didn't have to lay off any of our staff. We were able to utilize these funds to continue staffing. So the board actually approved what they refer to as the Local Continuity and Attendance Plan, the LCP. The board approved that on September 28th of 2020. And the funds did expire June 30th of 22, and we had a zero balance remaining. So nothing was returned back to the federal government. How we spent the funds, you can see there's very specific categories in the way we had to report our expenditures back to the California Department of Ed. So any authorized activity under ESEA, for those of you that are not familiar with that, that's the Basic Education Act, if you will, and how we provide services to students. So pretty open-ended for anything that was instructional. Because at the point in time we were closed, the bulk of the funds went to addressing individual school needs and education technology. We did provide some mental health services and supports. We did a little bit of summer learning and then professional development for distance learning, and then more PPE and PPE supplies. And so when you go through the LCP for pages 33 through 55, 33 through 55, that list, I think, totals about $57 million. And that's all inclusive of all the federal funds that we received from the time that the pandemic started and we had to close schools. This is what we had to report on. So CDE has a requirement that for any federal ESSER funds that are used, we have to report how they were used. So this is what was submitted to the federal government for ESSER 1. It's the green section in the appendix. What page are you on, Tony? I'm sorry. Well, that's certainly not very nice now, is it? And I apologize. I did not realize there were not page numbers on here. If you go to the back of the appendix, it's on pages 1 through 23, and I believe that, yes. So, starts right here.
Oh, yeah.
I think,
Yes. So page 1 of that appendix will have where that starts, and it's broken up into sections. And the sections are described in the green boxes, I believe. And then the blue boxes are planned expenditures and then our actuals. And this was a component that was part of our LCAP. So this was something that we had to report out through that process. Yes, Beth?
When I was reviewing it, it has a column that says contributing. Can you explain what that means for the
Sure.
public, please?
So of the funds that we received, we had to designate which of those categories and which of those funds were principally targeted to our unduplicated students. And so that's why you see a Y in those columns, which means that those services and expenses went directly to serve our high needs students. Do you have a question, Mr. Perez? Yes. Okay. Okay. No worries. Okay, so then looking at ESSER rounds 2 and 3, district has received $235 million. It was sent to us in very specific categories, one of them being the Learning Opportunities Grant, which is the federal portion of the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program that the state has given us. So $41 million specific to that activity. ESSER 2 had allowable uses that were very similar to round 1, so that was 59 million. ESSER 3 was 107 million, same as ESSER 2 as far as uses. And then we have the ESSER 3 that we had to obligate 20% of our ESSER 3 funds to learning loss. So then looking at allowable uses, they were the same as round 1. Then we had planning and implementing activities related to summer learning and supplemental after school, again, targeting our high needs students. We also, yes, Mr. Press.
Can you use your mic, sir?
The one you just went over, they had 41, 138
Mhm.
on top. So this is state, right? Then you could make another column to the right of it. You would have the federal funding per,
That's correct, but this is federal.
right. So,
The state side is huge. It's like,
right.
yeah.
So on this side right here, we could have, that's the state. You had another column. We have another row of funding for the federal, correct?
We're talking about federal, and yes, we would have another column
This
for
is
state.
I understand that, right?
This is federal money.
These are
This right
federal.
here, this page right here,
This
That's
is all federal money we'll be talking about today. Yes,
this right here.
yes,
And we're only talking about state.
federal.
Federal state.
Only federal, the ESSER funding that we received from federal dollars.
Why did I think you were just going to report on state monies?
This is all federal monies, and the reason for that is because they expire. So we want to make sure that we're on top of it. Yeah.
Please continue, Mrs. Hayes. Thank you.
So $235 million, planning and implementing activities related to summer learning with a focus on our high need students, facility repairs, indoor air quality, again, addressing learning loss, using high quality assessments, and then implementing evidence-based activities. And that one's important because before that didn't exist and then it started to exist. So the evidence-based activities lend itself to the way we look at our LCAP. So very similar through that process. Also providing assistance to parents and families in tracking student attendance and improving student engagement, and then implementing evidence-based activities. So we see the language change a little bit. It's now being a little bit more thoughtful because as we've come out of school closures, it was about getting back in the classroom and instruction for students and keeping staff and students safe. So we brought to the board the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. Again, that's the federal portion, and the board approved that grant on June 1st of 21. We also brought back the American Recovery Plan Act, which is the specific ESSER 3 plan, but we included our ESSER 2 funding at the same time, so we had a comprehensive plan. As Superintendent Hoffman stated, we're about 18 months into that plan. We have 39 million that's going to expire on June 30th of 23, so this school year. And we have 142 million that will expire in June of 24.
Not a month.
So as we go through and we start evaluating what we currently have in operation, on the human resources side, there were lots of concerns from both the public, our internal staff, and the board that we were going to have an enormous amount of FTE allocated in this plan. And I believe the plan at adoption was 380 FTE. So we've been hiring fast and furious, trying to get our programs up and running, but they're not 100% filled. And so what administration is doing right now is we're going back and we're using these questions for the human resources side of the world of what positions are in place, and they will continue to be evaluated to ensure that this is something that we want to continue in the future. What positions are filled but have a few openings that if we were to fill them, it's not going to create a hole somewhere else. So as we have instructional type positions, what we don't want to do is pull teachers out of the classroom in the middle of a school year to have them come on the ESSER side to do that programming when we need teachers in the classroom. So trying to be very strategic with hiring and how to deliver services if personnel are not available. And then of the positions that are not filled, we're going back to look to see if we're implementing program. If we're implementing program and there's no longer a need for that level of staffing, we will recommend to close those vacant positions. So again, they're vacant positions. There's nobody in them, so it doesn't create a layoff or bumping or anything like that. So once we evaluate the staffing component, that's going to, I'm gonna stop talking because I think that's on the next slide. I apologize, get ahead of myself. So we also had one-time items within the plan that the board took action on. Some of those are technology-based, where we just bought a bunch of technology and then we were like done. And then there's a maintenance component. There was a number of different items like that that we had purchased and they're done. But we have some of those projects that the lead time was difficult to get things started. And as you know, as consumers in your private life, it's very difficult to find things. So there's been a huge backlog in receiving items and actually getting projects up and going. So we are going to go back and evaluate those one-time items to see which ones are complete and we know we're done with, which ones are still in process of completion. And then there may be some that maybe we just don't go there anymore and we figured out a different way to either get what we need or other funding sources were available. So that's the comprehensive view of the plan that we're currently going through to look at all of those actions and services that the board approved to see where we are at. Once we know where we are at and we know how much of that plan needs to be ongoing, we want to keep those services and actions in place. We would like to leverage the Learning Recovery Emergency Fund through June 30th of 28 for those ongoing items. That was why the state provided those funds to districts. And then identify the amount of the one-time ESSER 3 funds that would be now available to be expended through June 30th of 24 that are no longer committed in the form of staffing or in the form of one-time expenses.
Where will we get the funds for, to extend it to June 30th, 2028?
That's the Learning Recovery Emergency Fund. It's state one-time money. We'll talk about that here in a minute.
That
Oh,
came through in the budget this year as that one-time funding, and what the state gave us was an extended timeline through June of 28 with the idea that they didn't want the ESSER stuff to just fall off a cliff at the end of 24. So they gave districts the infusion of dollars, and we'll talk about it in a minute, with an extended date of when we could use them. So it's going to be very helpful in being able to keep the programs and services in place.
Great, because that's what I was worried about, because, you know, I thought it was just going to end at 24. Okay.
So we have a plan that we will be bringing back to the board, but that's the long-term planning that we've been trying to address as we go forward since we've brought so many more people into the organization. So our timeline to bring back to the board our recommendations, we're going to be preparing for the January special board meeting. Some of the projects that the board is aware of through the different processes we've gone through over the last couple of years that we were unable to fund is the audiovisual Extron Vault system that we put into all the Title I schools. We are wanting to put it in all of the other classrooms for our non-title sites as well. And that $40 million that we've tagged to that, that's an estimate. It might be higher, it might be lower, and then trying to figure out if we will be able to have everything up and running within that timeline. We still have to get a project plan from the vendor and to make sure the vendor can deliver the goods and all that good stuff. Yes.
You may not be able to answer the question, but Steve's over there as well as Mark. Are we nearing the end of installation in the Title I schools? Question one. And question two would be for the remaining schools, what amount of time would we be looking at? Given the availability of everything, what kind of time are we looking at for installation in the remaining schools?
I believe the remaining schools are complete.
Yeah.
Not the remaining Title I, the remaining, the non-Title I
Yeah,
schools.
we'll do both.
Oh, both.
He'll
Okay.
answer both.
Yeah, so we're wrapping up still.
Excuse me, could you repeat the question again, please?
Yeah, I wanted to know. I wanted to know, Tony, where we were in the installation purchasing process, both with the Title I schools and then the projections for the non-Title I schools. How long, given everything's available to us, how long would we project the installation would take?
So in regards to the installs that we're doing right now, for the most part, we're done with the installs of the AV project. There are still some punch list things to be doing. We are still also having to go back because there's a huge infrastructure need in some of the closets. So our IDFs, our network closets, so they're not fully online and being able to do all the magic stuff that kind of happened in the back end. In the classroom, they're pretty much functioning as expected. It's now on the back end side for us to be able to say, okay, let's shut a projector down at 5 p.m. Let's do all these things remotely. So we're still working on that component. So I don't know exactly where we're at with that. I have to go back and see, but we're getting close on that component. For the remaining sites, we're working on it right now. I don't know exactly. Projectors have been extremely hard to get. There's been a real shortage in that. And we luckily were able to get the ones we needed to in time for the school that just opened this year. And we ordered that about 8 months earlier. So I don't know the exact time frame for all these sites. We're literally working onto it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Right now,
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know you can't give an exact date. I was just looking at yours.
It'll be a beast of a product. It'll be a beast. It'll be a big one, and we will need all the time possible to get it done.
Yeah, so speaking to that, so that's what you see. So the goal is to have it done by the end of next school year, because that's when the funds expire. So that's the magic if we can get all that to happen. And the three projects that you see here, these are all things that came through the original ESSER 2-3 plan, but we didn't have enough. We had to create a balanced plan. And so with all the other things that we did, these were three things that we knew we weren't going to be able to fill all the positions we wanted to fill in the ESSER plan. There was just physically we knew, but we didn't know which ones. So now we're at the process of, okay, we've filled these, we're analyzing these, and now we're going to have these additional dollars available. And we knew we wanted to have big projects lined up to be able to take care of the dollars that didn't get spent in the original ESSER 2-3 plan. So that's why you see the Extron piece, the central kitchen and instructional materials. Those are huge important projects, and they're big chunky items that we will be able to knock off and get the ESSER 2-3 funding taken care of. You notice that last bullet says at the January special meeting, we're going to ask the board for direction to move forward with these three projects. Not a vote, but if the board was comfortable with number one right now, because the sooner we're going to have to get state approval on the audiovisual, the materials and the actual hardware and that work. So we wanted to give the board this opportunity, but this shouldn't be a surprise. And looking at your faces, nobody's surprised about this. And the earlier we get direction, and the board will actually take action to approve those things as we bring the purchase orders and things. So that's when you'll take action. So there's no action needed now. But if the board's comfortable with at least the first bullet, if they're comfortable with all three, that works for me too. But if we get that direction, then we can just get started even before winter break, just going 100 miles an hour, trying to get these things done.
Yeah, I don't understand why we wouldn't just move forward because we've already discussed those items. Why delay?
I agree with Mr. Forshee.
Madam President.
I agree as well. Those are items that are necessary that we've already talked about previously.
We appreciate the feedback. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with the planning and approval process and hopefully before winter break.
Do we need a roll call vote on that issue?
No,
No,
That was something
but
prior. Yeah.
but we're extending it beyond 2024, correct?
no, we are not.
No, we're not.
No.
Getting
The-
it done. We need these projects done so we can expend the dollars by the end of 2024. So the sooner we can get started on these projects, the easier time we'll have hitting that timeline.
Good. I agree.
Madam Chair. Since I guess we're having a discussion, can anyone speak to how the use of these screens in Title I schools has been working, or the interest among the rest of our elementary school teachers for this as a tool?
I can speak to the interest really quickly. They're itching like crazy to get it. We do have, we can do a BC that will give a little bit more detailed implementation. We've done a great deal of training with our teachers. So part of it is, it's really kind of getting up and rolling. The install's largely done, the training's being done. Mark or Jen, anything you want to add to that?
You know, if I can jump in quickly, Nancy, with the schools that I have been visiting, the teachers are so enthusiastic about the things that they can do that just enhance what they do. They were doing, you know, those things, but the enhancement, but even more so, the schools that don't have the technology, those teachers are certainly aware of it from talking to their colleagues, and they can't wait. Just because of the expanded learning opportunities.
And I'll make it a point to see them in action sometime soon.
Yeah.
So just so I'm clear, and we are talking about all elementary classrooms, that's the goal?
All classrooms, period.
All, okay, awesome.
I know Miss Albiani had her hand up.
These are part of our new specs when we build a new school. So I was able, when Measure M Money refurbished Pleasant Grove Elementary, I was able to go down and see them and speak to a teacher about them and just rave reviews from a sixth grade teacher that I had a long discussion with, Nancy, just for some more background.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, and actually, our two board members really addressed the question. It's really about being able to expand the audio-visual portion of it, the sound effects, be able to pull in different resources that could be video that they haven't been able to do. Just the projection side, as we could see in the boardroom, for students to be able to have access to a clearer picture. It's also re-inspired them to pull in different resources. So they're excited about it. They're collaborative about it. We're really trying to emphasize our adopted core curriculum and the different ways that you can access the online versions. We are in the early process of it and have planning for the 23-24 and 24-25 school year to look at the different ways you can advance that technology in the classroom. But nice job, Mr. Fortina. I think you addressed it perfectly.
Thanks. And I assume training is ongoing for all of those folks who have received it so far?
Yes. And it's still ongoing. So it has started with the company, and then we are also looking at our internal ways to be able to support that.
And there's an equity
Thank you.
piece that goes beyond, and we started with our Title I schools because that was the right thing to do. But we have many non-Title I schools that are older than some of our Title I schools. And so that the actual technology at some of those schools, you know, from being modern, is really behind. And so this is going to be an opportunity for, again, across the district. We started in the right place, and we did the right work. But this is the opportunity to bring all of our schools up to a standard. And it's a modern platform that will serve us well for years to come.
I appreciate that. I don't mean to belabor something that we've already approved. Just, anyone who spent any amount of time in education knows that technology changes so quickly. The investments are significant. So I needed to ask this question. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you for that, those questions. Those I had in mind, but I didn't want to ask.
Okay, so now we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about some additional one-time money that we have and what the current plan is. Again, this will be brought back to the board at January so that we can see how much we're going to actually use of the $71 million and, how far does that get us with our continuing actions and services from our ESSER 3 plan. So the Learning Recovery Emergency Fund is new to the district. It is one-time funds and it was approved in the 23 State Budget Act. The funds are to be used for stabilizing instruction, decreasing or stabilizing staff to pupil ratios, learning supports such as tutoring, pupil supports to address other barriers in learning, and instruction for credit deficient students. So our ESSER 3 plan is primarily made up of direct instruction or student support in the areas of social and emotional learning. And so we feel that of the positions that we are going to recommend to continue, that we would be using these funds through June of 28. So this particular funding source does not require the board to take action on a plan, but for transparency purposes, we will be bringing back so that the board is aware and can concur with the use of the funds going forward.
One piece here, just as a note. So the 71 million certainly isn't enough to keep everything going necessarily through June of 28. So one of the things is we go through this analysis of the ESSER 2-3 plan. We're going to need to, what we're going to come up with is what is the dollar amount that we need on an annual basis to keep all of those services that we have evaluated and determined we want to keep going. It's too early to do an estimate, but it very well could be $35 million worth of services that we identify in the ESSER 2-3 plan that we want to keep going, multiple years. If it is $35 million, you can see with $71 million, that's really going to allow us to go 2 additional years. So that would take us through 25, 26, and 26, 27. We do have until June 28 to spend the dollar. So one piece would be is if we plan through 27, if there were any dollars that were unspent at that point, we would have an additional year to do any cleanup if we needed to. But we're going to have to, through the key questions, working through the process, we're going to identify what is our quote unquote new normal according to based on ESSER 2-3. And we need to clearly understand what that number is, because that will, this 71 million and maybe other dollars that the board determines, in the other grant, the visual and performing arts grant, they put that at the top line. But if we decided that there was $40 million a year of worthwhile stuff we wanted to run for 2 more years, we could dedicate 10 million of the other second block grant to keep everything going for the 2 years, because there is flexibility in that grant. So a lot of work to be doing, but the first piece we need to identify is what do we need? What is our new normal with regards to ESSER 2-3, and how long can the Learning Recovery Emergency Fund keep that in place? And do we need to find any other funds to leverage that to keep those things in place? So a lot of really good work moving forward, and very thankful for the state for providing this second set of funding to give us an extended time period to work through and extend the ESSER 2-3 plan.
Well, I could see using a lot of art funding for audio-visual projections because, when students create films, they could, boom, put it on the.
Yeah, there's certainly opportunities to leverage those funds to be able to, where the interest is the same, and there's flexibility within both funding sources to be able to use more than one funding source to do something. So that's all work that we'll be working our way through, but we just wanted to make sure we were clear with the board of kind of how we're logically laying this out.
Like I said before, I like to see each school, especially high school, middle schools have those TV, I call it monitoring rooms where they make their own news and reporting by TV or cameras or whatever. Those are excellent resources they have at schools, but we could further project or further improve the outcomes of their reports or productions.
Yeah, a lot of work to do in that area, but then
Uh-huh.
it's definitely on the radar.
It's possible. Yes.
So the next block grant that we have that was adopted in the state's 23 budget is the Arts, Music, Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. This one is a mouthful because there's all kinds of different things that you can do with it. So $37.5 million was received by the district. The allowable uses are standards aligned, professional development, and instructional materials. Instructional materials and PD related to school climate, culturally relevant books, operational costs, and supplies related to COVID-19. So the descriptor doesn't necessarily match what is in the allowable uses, but we are happy to have it anyway. So this particular funding source does require the board to adopt a plan. And these funds expire June 30th of 26. And then going forward, when this particular funding source sunsets, we have the implementation of the arts and music in schools, which was just recently approved through Proposition 28.
Just one note on this real quick. It's an interesting piece. This was the governor and the legislature kind of doing a Governor Brown tactic where they were trying to serve multiple folks at one time. And so they used the title Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials because they know there's a great deal of interest among schools and school boards and staffs across the state for art, music, and music. But then what they did is they knew school districts were going to need flexibility to be able to meet all the needs of things that were going on within school districts. So they put the title out there but then gave great flexibility with the use of the dollar. So it is one of those things where they were able to kind of check two boxes at one time.
Does instructional material include actual instruments?
It could.
I think so.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, question. With respect to the funding, well, I want to make a comment first, then I'll make the question. Speaking for myself, I know there's flexibility, but I will personally want and would vote that every single dollar that's been made available goes to art and music instruction. And with that being said, since there's a plan that's required, is that currently being worked on, Jennifer? Or Mark?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
And when do you anticipate bringing that forward?
So from a timing standpoint, our goal is to, and we may be moving a little faster than we thought, based on the direction that the board has given already. We were coming back in January, really asking for direction on the Extron, the central kitchen, and the instructional materials with ESSER 2.3. We did want to get that process done because those timelines are so tight, and we need to start on those projects as soon as possible. This is the next funding piece that we're going to bring to the board. And so we can start, the work's already being done, but I could see a March, we're for sure March, with the idea that, again, these expire in 26. So we do have some time. So the idea we finish the planning this year, and we'll probably be some of these pieces we would start kicking off in 23, 24, 24, 25, and 25, 26. At the same time, and Ms. Hayes will speak to figuring out how Prop 28 rolls into that. In a best case scenario, we identify really good pieces for this grant. And then we use the Prop 28 dollars to keep those things now going forever. Now, there'll probably be some one-time projects, some facility upgrade kinds of things that we'll be able to do in this initial block grant, but the ongoing people piece, and you'll see it on the Prop 28. It's the Prop 28, there's a lot of strings attached to it, of course, and it's largely focused on people, actually having instructors. And one of the tricks will be finding those people to come work for us. But well, that's a down the road, but probably March in that timeframe.
With all of you, what you just said, does that mean that the focus will remain on arts and music, or there would be a desire to utilize these funds to fund the ongoing practices that had been funded by other areas that were non-arts and music instruction?
So for Prop 28, that's going to have to be arts and music. The only thing that the only caveat that I think could happen with this one-time funding is when we get done with the review of ESSER 2.3, like I said, if we end up with, instead of $35 million of things that we want to keep in place, we identify $40 million, and we decide we want to keep those things going for an additional 2 years. Those are just numbers off the top because we haven't done the analysis yet. We could take 10 of the 37 and say, we're going to dedicate these funds to keep those things going. But we will also have a plan in place that will expend these in the arts, music, and instructional materials area specifically. So part of it is what comes out of the 2-3 work.
Okay, I mean, that's helpful. Again, based on my comment, while the legislature did its general weasel work, we can make the commitment and stay with the commitment that it's arts and music, and have that be our direction. That's up to us, correct?
Agreed.
Okay.
Madam Chair. I guess I want to get a little bit of clarity. We have 2 funding streams in whole or in part targeted towards arts, music. Will we be planning them, programming for them comprehensively, right? Because I would like to, it makes sense. I would like to have an idea before we actually start spending the money on just concretely what are our students going to gain, right? So just like the last time we revisited this with the master plan, what kind of guarantees can we make to the families that we're serving, right? So hey, no one's going to have to pay to rent an instrument, no more paying for sheet music, things of that nature that we can just be sure that, okay, we've taken that off the table. Those are the kinds of things I just would like to understand concretely going into this. And, across the dais, we're going to differ on how much we're going to flex this block grant. But I'm comfortable that the intent was to flex part of it, but I'd be a lot more comfortable after I understand concretely what the gains are that we're going to make in the arts and music. So just want to put that out there.
And I will share with the board, there is a pretty large amount of money in ESSER 3 that was earmarked toward VAPA just in general. That may be something that in the ESSER 3 plan that we move to this funding source because it's a direct relationship in order to continue or increase those actions and services. So those are things that we're looking at as we go through ESSER 3, that now that we have different funding streams coming forward, it's now appropriate to move them on and move them forward.
Yeah, and if I can interject one more time, one thing certainly I will be looking at very, very carefully as the plan comes forward is how the recommendations align with the recommendations that have been made by the VAP Executive Committee that this Board of Education adopted. And that relies on people to provide the instructions so that in particular, elementary school teachers have both the training they need as well as the human resources they need But I do believe that we need to rely on that executive plan as we look at the plan that would expend any of the money.
And one piece just to speak to, 'cause that makes a great deal of sense is, and we did make an adjustment to the title of that document, and we did it on purpose, and we called it a roadmap. And the idea of the roadmap was, as funding sources became available, we would be able to accelerate and get things done sooner than we thought originally. You know, in the work with the Madrigals, we're able to bring band opportunities, you know, across school sites sooner than we thought we were going to be able to do. We didn't anticipate this or Prop 28 passing when we approved the roadmap, but the roadmap is built in a way that allows us to accelerate, and people is going to be a key part of that. And that's one of the advantages of 28 as an ongoing source. That makes it certainly much more comfortable in hiring people when you have that ongoing source in place.
Yeah.
So I know,
Using an old expression, I don't want to beat a dead horse to death. I am certainly aware that the title was renamed, but it does not diminish any of the recommendations.
and I know we have a few more slides to get through, which will address the 28, and then we can go down the line for questions additional.
So the arts and music in schools, Proposition 28. In your packet in the appendix is the details from the actual ballot itself. This is the Reader's Digest version, if you will. We are estimated to receive $9.3 million. That estimate is coming from School Services of California. The definition of arts education program includes, but is not limited to, instruction, training, supplies, materials, arts education partnership programs for instructions in, and I'm not going to read all of that, but it's essentially got that. So looking at the allocation, it's going to come in two different pieces. 70% of the funding is allocated on a school site's prior year enrollment, and then 30% based on the same school's prior year economically disadvantaged enrollment. The use of the funds, a minimum of 80% has to be expended on employing staff to provide instructional arts. Arts instruction. That does not come necessarily as a certificated need. It can be certificated or classified employees. We can use the funds for professional development, materials and supplies, and then again, arts education partnership programs. What that means is they would like school districts to have schools in the same region pool their funds together to provide a robust arts program.
Ms. Hayes, this is ongoing as opposed to just about everything else that we're talking about that's one time, correct?
It's my understanding Proposition 28 is ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
And to just further support some of the comments that have been made in our latest survey we did of parents, arts and music instruction was certainly an area that was noted as lacking.
So there is a reporting requirement annually. We have to identify the types of art programs that are funded, the number of staff we've hired, the number of students being served, and the number of schools providing the actual program itself. The funds do expire after 3 years, but that just is the reporting period. So each annual allocation, you have 3 years to expend the funds. If the funds are not expended, they are returned. And plans must be developed at the school site level. So this is not a centralized rollout. This is a very site-specific program.
And this will be an interesting piece, and we need to get into the details about it. But when we talked about, the original weighted student formula that before LCFF came into place, the Governor Brown's original idea was the funding mechanism would be built upon each individual school and their economic breakdown of their students at their school. When LCFF came into place, what they did instead was they went to district averages, which, for us, we have schools that are 100% free and reduced lunch, and we have but in the average, we're now less than 50%. So we don't qualify for those concentration dollars anymore. We believe the way this is set up is it's actually more like the weighted student formula, than it is like LCFF. Is it, the calculation will be based upon the demographics of the individual school. So that's going to be, so it's going to be interesting to see what that looks like. And we have a lot of work to do to dig into the details of it. But that appears to be a pretty significant difference in how this was put together versus how LCFF is currently put together.
I have a question regarding our policy dealing with English language learners, how we identify them, then we say that they are no longer English language learners, because wouldn't that hinder the number of students in the actual total district numbers?
It's a challenging piece, is it, as you do really good work and and this is kind of a little bit off topic, so I'm going to answer real quick, and then because we're really kind of off topic, but when we do a really good job and redesignate students, eventually they do fall out of the EL status and they don't count in our unduplicated.
That's what
count.
they should have.
But the reality is, that's the goal. I mean, the goal is for kids to perform and demonstrate the ability to not need the EL services anymore. So it is a kind of a catch-22. The better job you do, you have kids that move out of program. That is a reality. But we shouldn't talk about that right now because it's really not part of this conversation.
Well, it does concern me because you mentioned that we don't have the numbers, but I know school districts throughout California, their policies and counting these particular students is different from ours.
No.
So that affects our total numbers, and we would be above that 55%, and we will receive more monies if we had that
Mr. Perez,
policy in place.
Yeah, we're
Thank
off
you.
topic. Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
so
not
let's stay.
accurate.
And
That is
then
not
I
accurate.
believe you're close to the almost, where we
Yeah.
can open it up. Thank you.
I did want to point out for this particular funding source that it is open to pre-K through 12th grade. And that's different for us. So it's different but exciting. So it's for students that are currently attending and enrolled in our state preschool program. But knowing how Elk Grove does business, we'll open it to all pre-K students would be my guess. Again, it's a plan developed at the site level so that it's a little bit different as far as bringing all grades together and what that looks like. And that's all I have. You do have access to, and the public does online, the appendix. There's more detailed information if you want to look at do's and don'ts and uses and expiration dates and all that good stuff for the different funding sources. And for Proposition 28, I believe I printed out the ballot information.
So I will go ahead at this time. and
I have
take-
a question. It's not budgetary, but have we established a new base for our students?
I don't understand the question. What do you mean new base?
Prior,
we-
well,
We're going to go down.
as a,
Not on topic.
Yeah, and
yes,
we're,
it is.
we're,
It
gonna-
deals,
Mr. Perez,
it deals
Mr.
with the
Perez,
evaluation.
Mr. Perez,
Now
Mr.
we had, hold on here.
We're going to
we're-
go down the line.
Yeah, we're going to go down the
Clarifying
line
my
to ask
question.
questions. We're going to go down the line so I can call on the individuals to ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I know Mr. Track is always the student rep, and we always ask him any questions or comments first, so I will defer to him. Are there any questions or comments?
I'm like trying to digest all the information.
So I can come back to you, Mr. Track, and then Mr. Yang.
Well, I think Mr. Perez is ready. Why don't you go ahead, Mr. Perez?
So can you please ask the question? or
Okay,
comment?
that's fine. He was very anxious. I just want to, give him the honor. What did you say?
Can you please?
Please ask your questions or comments, Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. I think a couple comment was made. I'm just curious to the point where these funds going to be designated to art and music. Is there any sort of survey that the teacher or the students want funding to help them out so that they don't have to come out of pocket any specific things? So I'm just curious to some of the follow-ups that we already had on the comments.
Sure. I'm going to defer to Mr. Cerruti or Ms. Wilbanks.
Jen, you can certainly come up and fill in any, but the short answer is yes, there's been a comprehensive needs assessment that's been done across the entire district. I mean, that's what's positioned us to be able to develop a plan, a full plan that would expend all of the VAPA funds, whether or not it's decided in the end to use them. We'll be presenting that to cabinet for discussion as early as this coming Monday.
Mr. Yang, we're trying very hard not to recreate the wheel and use the existing surveys and stuff that we have.
Okay, no, that's great because, I mean, data is always, great to have. And I mean, if we could, have our hand on it as well, just to understand better of what's needed out there in the field, that would be great. These funds are, much needed for the school district across the board. I see some technology, right, that is going to be also upgraded or purchased. So can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit as well?
For the audiovisual technology?
Yeah.
So this was, and I'm not probably the best person to speak to it, but I'm not going to speak to it. If Mr. Mate would like to come talk about the audiovisual equipment.
And in addition to that, when he's walking up here, I'm just curious, are we going to use our in-house vendor, or are we going to out-contract it out to get those equipment installed?
Yeah, Extron.
Extron, okay. There's so many AV things going on. I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So in regards to the ESSER, so when we say Extron, what that all encompasses is there's an Extron AV system that's basically in the walls and the ceiling. So when you walk in, you push a button, it turns the speakers on and everything's that. We also add in an interactive Epson whiteboard with that. So we put a whiteboard up on the wall and we put an interactive projector attached above it. So there's no cables on the floor. Everything's kind of straight into the wall. So the teacher's computers just plug straight into the wall. They push a button, the projector turns on, and then the whiteboard becomes an interactive board. So they can touch and move things away. When the projector is not on, it's just a standard whiteboard, because the best whiteboard out there is a whiteboard, not make it electronic. Don't try to over-tech it like I would everything. Just make it a whiteboard and you can write on it, but you can then turn it on and show things, and you have audio that then projects across the room so it's even. So if you just have speakers in the front of the room, it blasts those kids and everything right in there, and they get really loud. The ones in the back can zone out and not pay attention, but when you put speakers above all the way through there, you get a kind of the same experience for audio. So that's what when we say Extron, that's what we're talking about, is that entire package. Now, finding the equipment, as we talked earlier, is a challenge, but we can still work on that. And then, so we don't install it ourselves. So we work with a third party to come in and do all the install work, because classes are going on. We're trying to do things over summer in the evenings and things like that, so we can still do some of that so we don't disrupt classes. So that's how the installs work.
Is that a vendor that we going to find, or is that a vendor that we normally use?
Well, we're working on that part right now, so we're trying to figure out how we do the rest of them, but we'd assume we'd work with the same vendor that did the Title I installs.
Okay.
So we'd hope to.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Albiani.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I want to encourage anybody who's further interested. The index is a wealth of information and does a nice job telling our story of what we did, and includes parent feedback and feedback from the surveys. I know people got tired of taking them, but it's a realization that we are listening and consuming those. On page 23 of the index, we talk about a comprehensive equity training program developed and implemented. And so I just wanted to give my support behind that. It's part of the story. It's something we haven't done yet, and I hope we'll encourage to stay on the plan, as I believe as we get back in Arbinger, hopefully, and then we can further move into equity, we can make our adults better for our students. Then on page 19 of the presentation, we talked about 80% of 20 needs to be spent on people. Do you believe that can be contracted people as well?
The language that I read, it wasn't specific to the type of person. They just said certificated or classified. I think the goal being that they would be employed by us. But there wasn't enough detail that I could get my hands on that had that kind of specificity in it.
Because I taught GATE for a number of years for my kids, and we brought in someone to teach watercolors. And that's an amazing experience, but it's hard to think that we're going to find 43 people that can teach watercolors. So it's just an interesting idea to me. And do you know, I'll look forward to hearing how they are going to develop those plans. I'm excited to hear about the ARCs. I think they do LCAP, so I think our sites have the skill set to make a plan and to make a good plan, and they know their sites the best. So I think that will be an exciting new addition for them. More work, but I think our populations will definitely appreciate that. Those were the only things I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chavez-Espinoza.
Thank you. Most of my questions, if not all of them, have been addressed already. Just want to thank Ms. Hayes for another wonderful presentation, both in terms of what you delivered here and what's in the package that I think really helps us, and any member of the public who is interested in these topics can just pick it up and get a global view really quickly. As we're talking about planning, I've talked mostly about planning at our level. After, we see what we're going to move forward in terms of VAPA in particular. I'm also curious about that site level planning process, who's going to be involved, when that's supposed to take place. We know that our people are kind of stretched to their limits. And we have some wonderful problems, right, to program all these new funds and wonderful things that we want to do for our kids. But I also just want to make sure that we make this as painless as possible. So I'll be looking for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Forcina.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any additional questions. My questions will come as we move forward and look at plans. But I do need a clarification or additional information on a statement that Mr. Cerruti just made. That'll require you to come up.
I don't think I said anything that was is going to now get me in trouble because you're back.
What I heard you say, because we were talking VAPA funds, what I heard you say was that the cabinet would be meeting Monday and to look at whether or not to use those funds.
No, let me clarify.
Yeah,
I don't mean to
that's
cut
why
you
I
off.
need.
No, what I wanted to share, that isn't what I said.
You better not have.
No, that's not what I said. But no, what I said is what we have done is, and we've been working on it. The primary thing is let the board know that we have not been sitting on our hands. We're fortunate to have very good people who stay very, very informed of both the block grant as well as Prop 28. And Ms. Wilbanks, under the direction of Ms. Avey, has been very, very busy along with some other staff and gathering information from across the district. And so we're well positioned and in cabinet on Monday, assuming the superintendent is going to fit it in. But we're as recently as Monday, what we will be doing is sharing a plan. And what I said was whether or not the board decides to fully expend it, what my job was and our job, our collective job, is to develop a plan so that if we were to fully expend it for VAPA, we would be able to say this is how we would do it. But whether or not in the end it's ultimately decided to do that, that's further conversation for the board.
Thanks for the clarification. I didn't hear the board in that statement.
My apologies, but that's it.
Well, you don't have to apologize if I didn't hear it.
What we will be doing, though, is my job is to be able to provide the cabinet and the superintendent. Here's what a recommended programmatic use of those funds would be solely for VAPA. And then as the course of all of these funds are being examined of how best to expend them. The block grant, obviously Prop 28 is exclusive to VAPA. The block grant is not. And in the end, when a full recommendation is brought to the board ultimately would make the determination. But what I didn't want to do is not have a plan that would potentially programmatically utilize those funds for VAPA.
I appreciate that, Mark. I'm just maybe overly sensitive in this area. It took the board over 5 years to get recognition for VAPA program. And we've made progress, and I don't want to lose any of it.
Ms. Wilbanks is, I know the degree to which you and the full board have been advocates for VAPA, and Ms. Wilbanks is as well. So when I shared with her, charged her with taking a lead on developing a plan, saying it doesn't ensure that every cent will be spent on VAPA, only because it couldn't. And she looked me square in the eye and said, "Oh, I'll give you a plan on how to spend it fully for VAPA." So there's a pretty strong advocate
Okay.
sitting right over there as well.
Yeah, thanks,
I
Mark.
hope that answered your question, sir.
Yes, you did. And Shannon? You're looking very good
Thank you.
and strong.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I will circle back around to Mr. Track for any comments or questions.
I only have one question, so I'm not sure if this question was answered already, but I was wondering how the funds for the VAPA programs are allocated in between the district, because I know a lot of the schools, they have like different levels of funding, how much they receive. So some schools have like a lot better funds than other schools. So have there been like surveys going around the schools to like let you guys know like which schools need more funding, or is it all like equal?
It's not equal. I'd have to defer to Ms. Wilbanks as far as the allocations that go. I know that each school site had developed a comprehensive plan over multiple years, and they all, like you've stated, they all have different needs. So some had to replace all of their band equipment and buy more band equipment because their band programs are a lot larger than others. I think it just depends on the need and what plan they had. But Ms. Wilbanks can share with you how allocations are developed and how funds are pushed out.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes, so last year, there was a complete needs assessment done at all of the middle school and high schools to start with, and they all submitted a plan for things that they needed in the area of visual and performing arts, and it varied depending on the site and as you said, depending on their need and where the programs that they offer and where the gaps were. And so from that, sites were given an allotment of funds to try and spend. And as Ms. Hayes mentioned earlier, with the pandemic and the supply chain issues and all of that, we spent what we could in that time period last spring, and there definitely are still projects that we're hoping to continue. And then middle school and high schools also get some ongoing funding. And that allotment is the same. Our middle schools get 7,000, our high schools gets 15, and our alt ed schools get 3,000. And they're to use in their visual and performing arts programs.
Okay. So you said that the middle schools and high schools were surveyed to start out with. Will like further down, will elementary schools also be like surveyed as well, or?
Can you repeat that?
So you said that the middle schools and high schools were surveyed to start out with. So further down, will the elementary schools also be like surveyed?
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, that work has started, and I've had some ongoing conversations with administrators at the elementary sites in development of some of the ESSER funds that were pushed into our elementary schools. So, and many programs that are starting up this year in our elementary schools were funded from ESSER's funds.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Jamerson.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm looking forward to January to be able to give direction. I am curious, as we evaluate, what benchmarks are being used? Like, what does success look like? How are we defining success when we say which programs we want to keep or not? What does that look like?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Cerruti on the measurement.
Thank you for the question, ma'am. It's a good one. So One of the challenges, and I'm not saying that because I don't have an answer. So when we evaluate program, we typically look at it in terms of implementation and then look at relationship between implementation and its impact on either improved, for example, improved teaching. And what I mean by that is if we provide professional learning to our teachers, we are in the habit of doing pre and post assessments, asking teachers, so how do you feel you're doing now? And then providing training and saying, how do you feel you're doing now that you've had training, but also after they've had opportunity to implement. And then we connect administrative observation to see that it's being done in the classroom. And so we really look at the impact, the effect. We look at it in terms of the input. So what was the money, time, and human resources that go into it? What's it doing and what's its impact? The thing that I just want to share with the board, and again, this isn't saying trying to make, I don't want this to sound like an excuse, but if we're looking at the impact on student learning, for example, that can take years.
Right.
To make sure. And so we just have to be very patient. What we'll do is all of our programming folks, so all the folks in the ed services and school side, when they lay out their evaluative strategy for this, that's reviewed. The strategy itself is reviewed, analyzed, discussed. That's what our research and evaluation department is part of. And then oftentimes, for example, if we're evaluating, and I'll just use one that isn't connected to ESSER, but folks are aware of, and that's a PBIS program. We can't say that there is a one-to-one causation between if you have a PBIS program, it's absolutely going to reduce your suspensions by a certain percentage. We have a theory of action because we analyze all of our schools, and the higher level of implementation, what we see are the reductions in exclusionary discipline. So that's the trick in education all the time, is it can be hard to immediately find, or it's hard to find a one-to-one causation saying we did this and it resulted in that.
Exactly.
And in addition to that, it does take time. And so if we're investing resources, for example, into our elementary schools for MTSS implementation, in many cases, what we'll be doing in cabinet is as we go through this process and start to realize, here's how much money we have ongoing, and I'll just simplify it. And if we have to cut a certain amount and say we don't have the funding for it, then we're going to line everything up. And then what we do is we come in and do the very similar processes. How effective is our evaluation strategy? And that's why all the program managers know, and there was a phrase that was used in a meeting that I had that was mentioned by Mr. Ross. I'll give him credit for it because he said best evaluation is going to win. And what he means by that is they take it very seriously in terms of how they're going to be able to evaluate the programs. But we'll look at the evaluation strategy, and then also how are we looking at it in terms of the ultimate outcomes. And I'm starting to repeat myself, but it is crucial that change takes time. And I realize that there can be well, how long is it going to take? Sometimes it certainly can take longer than a year and a half or so when we're talking about implementing a program.
Right.
And so what we will be doing is making predictive measures as well. And that's the value of our research and evaluation department to say, based on this, our analytic and gut feeling, because we don't just want to rely on gut feeling, but our analytic perspective, as well as feedback from those that are out in the field that are seeing it and doing it. And I think we'll be in a good position to be able to make those determinations of what stays, and ultimately, if we can't keep everything, what we need to let go of.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because that's exactly my concern is there's some investments that are going to take longer time to see the impact and the causation exactly. So I just was concerned in how that process was.
And I
going to be
appreciate the
done.
perspective because I also understand that there's urgency, and I totally understand that board members and the public could feel like, we need to see results now, and we all feel that. But what we want to be able to do, and what I consider us very, very good at, is explaining how we are evaluating it, because the worst thing that we could be doing would be if we weren't able to become very technical if we needed to in terms of explaining how we are evaluating these programs, because at times it becomes very technical in terms of what we're doing. We're very fortunate to have good program managers, but also a very good research and evaluation department that insists upon us doing it in certain ways.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And that was all the questions I have. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Perez.
Mr. Perez.
Let's start with our present budget that we have in the arts and music. What is it now? Prior to Prop 98? How much are we spending?
Mr. Perez, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. I apologize.
Okay, okay, then. Are we going to continue spending that amount after, after when we implement Prop 98? Or is Prop 98 going to be 100% of the funding in the arts and the music department?
So
Because I don't want to take away that general fund money that we're presently using and say, hey, we're going to count on Prop 98 to fund arts and music 100%.
Prop 28.
20, what? did I say?
You said
98, yeah, 28,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, yes,
I
okay,
knew what
that's
you meant.
my concern.
yes, so part of the rules of engagement, if you will, for ESSER is that you could not reduce any local funding that you had already pre-identified. So anything that went to a school site, they maintained their allocation. And us as a district, we have never moved funds out of the general fund when we have opportunities like we have with this FAPA money. So not knowing what the plan is for the arts and music, I would not anticipate that we would remove any general fund monies that are currently going toward FAPA.
We're looking to expand programming, not supplement and take money out of the general fund and move it towards Prop 98. That's not the intention.
Okay, I want to make sure that that don't happen. And so, in one page of your report, you brought up the subject matter facilities improvement. Okay, I know Florida High School and probably, and for a fact that Valley, their facilities in the arts for music and drama are very small facilities. And would that be a priority in funding and upgrading those facilities?
So I know that Ms. Wilbanks has plans for the black boxes at the different schools and the different places. That's part of her ultimate plan. These funds could be used in any different way when we talk about the art and music block grant, not Proposition 28, but the other. So there are opportunities to do that. It just depends on the plan that ends up coming forward from Ms. Wilbanks and others.
And as a result of receiving this Prop 28 fundings, if we're going to use or have the authority to use it for facilities improvement, or is it develop newer, bigger facilities?
If you look at the screen that's on there, this is
What
the
page? What page?
the screen that's on right now, which
Okay.
so 19. So we got to make sure we're not confusing the block grant with Prop 28. So the block grant gives us more flexibility with regards to be able potentially doing some one-time facility pieces, because there's flexibility within that block grant. When you talk about Prop 98, and we don't have Prop 9, or excuse me, I said what you did, Prop 28, we don't have a full and complete picture of that yet. There's work to be done to make sure we fully understand it. But the main thrust behind 28 is you see 80% of the funding is to be expended on employing staff to provide arts instruction. So the lion's share of that work is about having people to be able to work with our kids. So our kids are doing art.
Correct.
And then you see professional development, materials and supplies, arts education, partnerships. So the ongoing Prop 28 isn't really, it's not designed. There may be an ability to do some facility piece, but I don't foresee that being our main thrust with Proposition 28. But there may be some facility pieces that have been identified through Ms. Wilbanks' work at schools that we could use the block grant to do.
Well, what I was wondering, because we have facility bond money, can we amend our facility bond money to match or help fund these particular facility funds that we're going to receive in Prop 28 of the 20%? That's what I'm wondering.
So
So, I mean, will that affect or should we sit down again and reevaluate our bond monies that we presently have in our present projects to
There's not, we identified in our first facility master plan, and we're updating the facility master plan. Now.
Right.
We'll bring that to the board. When we did that originally, we identified $1.5 trillion in need.
Right.
We got less than 500,000 through Measure M. So there's not enough in Measure M to come anywhere near our existing need, and we're leveraging other funds, and we'll do that as well. And again, not going to get out ahead of the board, but at some point, Measure M is going to come to a close, and in order to continue doing the facility work that we're doing, we're likely going to need another bond to be able to do that work. So all of that work of future bond conversations, leveraging one-time dollars to be able to do work, and in some cases, one thing that we didn't mention with the ESSER 2-3 piece, if we go through and the Extron work, the central kitchen, and the curriculum and instruction piece that we identified, if we do all of those and there's still some additional dollars available through ESSER 2-3, one of the first places we will go to are existing expenditures that we've already done that relate to the pandemic. And one of the first places we would go to is heating and air. I mean, we did humongous upgrades in our heating and air, and we've used Measure M largely for that. We leverage some other funds as well. But if we have additional funding available in ESSER 2-3, that would be a logical place. We did those upgrades because it helped the air quality in our classrooms. It also prepares us for future health issues. It helps us for future wildfire issues. And so there may be an opportunity to use ESSER dollars to take care of projects like that we used Measure M dollars for, which would allow us to have additional sources within Measure M to do other projects. So there's all these things will be working together as we're working forward, but the needs analysis at the schools, that work has been done. And so we'll be working through how best to put a plan together to leverage all available funds to get the school sites what they need.
Right. So, I look at everything through an equity lens. When I see new schools have like Consumers Oaks High School, the audio video production room, man, that's a model program that I feel that every school in our district should have. And when I compare that to Florin High School and Valley High School, I mean, they converted a room, classroom size room into that type of production, but yet to me that is not equity. So that's what I'm wondering. We should be looking at those projects and even our future bond facility monies to upgrade these facilities to be on par with what we should have at other schools compared
Mr. Perez,
to other ones.
Speaking to that.
Okay.
So those projects, we've done many of those projects through CTE work.
Right.
And so if you talk about Florin and Valley specifically, Florin and Valley have different CTE programs.
Correct.
And so if you go to Florin, we can take you to it. There's a brand new culinary arts facility that's there because that's the program that exists there. And so, and at Valley, the improved facilities we have for health tech, because that's their program. So when you say CO and the fire program, so when you say CO has a video production, that's one thing, but that's something that is a curricular area at that school. So all of the schools, including Valley and Florin, have been part of the process, and they've identified the CTE facilities that they've wanted upgraded. And we don't have, 9 different CTE academies at every school. The CTE focuses are different across the schools. There's some overlap between them. And what we've done is we've focused dollars to support the specific programs at the specific schools. And Valley and Florin have benefited greatly from that work through Measure M, and that will continue as our other schools have benefited as well.
No, but the history of when we build new high schools, that particular high school had top-notch culinary arts section, top-notch audio-visual production thing. That's what I'm saying. When I see when they built, there's no, I feel there was no equity, and it needs to be improved.
Mr. President.
Just like we're doing here at the middle school, right next door, we have an excellent new gym.
Correct. Mr.
New
President.
gym,
Mr.
millions of dollars.
This is
So
what we
anyway,
do.
hold on here, I'm not finished.
I know where you are.
Okay, and so that's what I see. I like to see some equity in size and dollars that should go to Valley High School and Florence High School to improve these facilities.
The equity is there.
Oh.
This is, so when we went to our public, if you go back to the bond, you go back to our facility master plan. So you say equity's not there, I'm gonna fight you straight out. Because when Mr. Pierce and I went to the community, when we spoke at every single situation, when we spoke to our community and asked them to vote for it, what our guarantee was, Measure M was about bringing our existing schools up to the level of our newer schools. We're not using Measure M dollars to build new schools. There's a couple of pieces we have to add on for what we call a school, but we use state matching funds and we use developer fees for new schools. What we've done with Measure M is bring existing schools up to the new standard. So the culinary arts facilities that is at Elk Grove High School now and at Florence High School now are on par with what CO had as in, that's our work. We are actually bringing the work at Kerr, our oldest physical site and one of our oldest physical sites. We're bringing that school site, that middle school site, up to a standard of our newer middle schools. That was the absolute focus of Measure M. Equity was at the top of the list when we talked to our community. And if you go to our schools, our older schools, you will see significant upgrades at those schools where our newer schools will say, how come those guys are getting these new things and we're not? And they know the answer is because you already have it. And so that was the absolute focus of Measure M. And we have held to that to the letter of the law of what we said we would do.
Okay, the reason why I'm getting at this or bringing this up, I was very impressed with Sacramento Unified School District because they do, they use the instrument tool to do facility equity funding. And I was very impressed. And I was looking at ours, it's very different. We allow a community to make those changes, and that committee recommends this and that for particular schools or throughout our district. And so I would like to bring it to your attention. Please look at the instrument tool that Sacramento Unified School District does for facility development and evaluation of how they upgrade their schools.
Mr. Perez, I know I just want to stay focused to the specific presentation at hand. We got off track with Measure M and some other facilities discussion. So for today's purposes,
The bottom line, I would like to see that we continue using general funds for the arts and that same amount. Do not discover that general fund monies.
Understood.
Okay, so over here, let's go page. You said we on page, moving forward, analyze what we are currently doing. I'd like to see analysis of the data, the outcomes, and by district areas of the analysis. You know, we too often get reports just district-wide, and we say that we are looking at sub-areas or by schools, but yet I haven't seen anything by district areas, by my area, by Mr. Yang's area, because I feel that, you know, in these geographical areas, we have the highest number of students that are in poverty, and we should have a fair share of the monies.
Okay.
And so And like you said, we're aligning new funds to support students, families, and staff. That's great. New one-time funds. Again, my recommendation on the overview, please include the total number of learning recovery emergency funds by fiscal year. I like to see more of that. Yes, we have more learning recovery funds, but yet I like to see it by year. And again, what we receive by the state and also by the federal, and see how total dollars we have for these particular projects. Arts, music, instructional material, discretionary block grant. I'm glad that the citizens of California support the arts. Thank you again, the citizens out there. Allowable uses. Okay, whoever did this, they just mentioned learning loss, but also please include, we had an achievement gap / learning loss. And what I was referring to regarding the base, and maybe I should have used academic benchmarks. We had academic benchmarks that we knew particular schools and populations, the student population of color and low income and foster youth had an academic base, and we were using that academic base to measure the outcomes of each student or each high school or middle school and elementary school, see if there's improvement. So yet I was wondering, since we had the learning loss, we combined the achievement gap and the learning loss together to create a new, would you use academic benchmark or criteria to say, hey, they're at this level, just like we just received from math and reading scores. They're at this level after attending our after-school programs. Now within 3, 6, half a semester, they have improved 0.9 grade level or 1 grade level reading or math. So I like to see that in either a BC or by, whatever process you want.
Thank you.
Again, I guess I do support in extending the instructional school year or the time of instruction per day. You didn't mention the time of instruction per day on that. I support that and also support hiring more teachers to get the class ratio to student down. I also support hiring more counselors for the number of counselors per pupil ratio. So those are issues that, this board is talking about, and we need to improve those ratios.
Okay.
Because I feel that there are barriers to learning. And our students at this time of their life, of this history, that they do have a lot of mental health services needs. Okay. And also, like you say here, I very agree that access to meal programs, we need to up those and think about those programs and continue these programs. Also, they're very important when students are off track and not going to school, that we need to continue funding lunch programs that we have very successfully done in the past. Continue doing those. And again, you mentioned health and safety concerns. This is ongoing. Just recently, we all know there's flu going around. There's another respiratory issue that our students are getting, plus COVID is still mutating. And you look at the CDC data and reports, there's another COVID or another virus out there that our current booster will not help us. So be aware of that.
I'll ask you to make your final comments, Mr. Perez.
On this page right here, elementary ESSR round 1, you mentioned we're developing and implementing procedures and systems to improve the preparedness and response efforts. Mr. Hoffman, are we going to have an evaluation of what we have done and what strengths and weaknesses of a reaction to COVID-19? I was wondering, and what we should have done is that ever going to be done? And what were the data sets that each school that had children positive, what was the data sets that our faculty that received or caught COVID or the family members, students at other schools, things like that. I like to see some evaluation of what happened and what procedures are working or what procedures that we need. And I think we're doing this little in this funding, but yet, I like to see a evaluation report.
Just doing a time check. Please finish your final comment.
Hold on. I think this was the most important page, the totals, and I don't know what was the uses. Again, you said this is federal money, so I like to recommend that we use the state money, see the total money that's going to these objectives. How much money, the total dollars. We got the state 9 million, but yet we don't have the total state monies for educational technology. And I know Title I is a federal program, and state monies is almost same targeted population. And I still wonder how in the heck you keep us out of trouble regarding, what's the word for that? When you put two types of money, when the fraudsters come.
Planting, yes.
Yes.
We have very, very wonderful, knowledgeable staff.
Right.
So this isn't something unique to my department. This has been a learning adventure between instruction and business, and we partner all the time to educate the people that actually get the funds to expend them. So
that makes me happy when you guys, and I'm very happy that you're leading the department. I have a lot of trust in you, and
thank you.
And thank you.
I'll call next. Mr. Yang had a follow-up question.
Yeah, just a quick comment and maybe a question or two. Art, it's a very powerful thing. It could be through, it could be very inclusive, I should say, and demonstrate cultural inclusion, equity, and all kinds of positive things. And I remember visiting a middle school, Jim McKee, and they had a real big painting on the wall that I don't recall exactly what it was, but it was very, very beautiful and very touching. And I'm just curious if we have those sort of painting art across our campuses.
Are you addressing the murals on some of the elementary schools?
Yeah.
High schools?
I'm just curious, is that something we do across our campuses?
Not typically. It's been the practice of this district that we don't do murals because then they get graffiti and everything else. And so the murals that you've seen around the school sites, those were not necessarily used by district funds. Those are usually fundraisers that either a PTO or PTA had, and they had people come on campus to do that. And it was more from the lens, at least with the elementary sites, it was more through the lens of PBIS and language and how we speak to one another and stuff like that. So that's why you see that at the elementary.
Mr. Track had a comment he wanted to make.
Going on Mr. Yang's question, because I went to a couple different elementary schools. So I went to Joseph Simpson Stone Lake. I think like the murals on the walls, the paintings they have there, it really depends on the VAPA programs, because sometimes the schools have programs where they give opportunities for kids to get their paintings on the wall. Because I know Joseph Sims, they had where they have the assemblies, they have like a whole wall of little blocks where kids have put their paintings up. But Stone Lake, I don't think there was something like that. So I think it depends on the school's programs and their teachers and what they want to do. Yeah.
Yeah, and I could understand as far as graffiti influence go, but I speak from the positive side, I guess. And I went to Elk Grove High, and I saw a lot of work that was artwork that was put on the concrete. and I thought it was very appealing and inspirational. And I was just thinking of, our school district, it is a very diverse school district with different cultural, ethnic, and, cultural is part from, who we are. And then a lot of time the kids don't know who they live with, in terms of different type of cultural, different type of people. And I mean, I would think if any way that we could put some sort of art that represent cultural, that would be, to me, educational and influential, that speaks acceptance and inclusion. Thank you.
You're welcome. So,
I'd like to make a comment regarding murals. I brought that up prior to you coming on board, Mr. Yang. And I like to revisit the issue of the district policy on murals and how they are done, or the creation of murals at schools district-wide. Because yes, I always believe that murals improve school climate and attitudes and self-esteem of students. When you see a mural of your ethnic, like Native American week or month or whatever, you see a message of your contributions to California history, United States history of individuals, you get a lot of cultural pride and self-pride. And so, that's very important. So maybe we need to make a recommendation that we revisit this mural district-wide process to make it easier for students to get creative. Because yes, I do believe that this Prop 28 monies could fund murals at schools.
and that's for a separate time. And, right now, just refocusing back to the propositions and the funding. But again, there's an interest, in some side comments for those murals. I would like to make my closing comments. I appreciate the presentation and the work that goes into the budget. I know it takes a team and the site level as well, and the district office staff. I really appreciate slide, I believe it was 13, where there's some key questions regarding the funding and position and staffing. Again, when we first designated some ESSER funds, we wanted to make sure that this was work that could continue on. So I'm glad that HR is looking at those specific, and even as a district as a whole, with filling certain positions, because some of these block grants are tied to funding, which stipulate to staff or positions and ratios. And I feel like it's really critical to keep that in mind. If we definitely support funding just for staff positions, always in the back of my mind is how can we continue that work, and how to make sure that it's successful in producing outcomes is another question. And then I also really appreciate slide number 15 with the audio visual. I think many of us suggested the agreement with that, but also supportive of the other items on there, identifying the kitchen and instructional materials at the later time. I know more information will be coming back to the board in January, but I really appreciate the thoroughness of this presentation and the work that goes into the budget. So thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to call for a 10-minute break. It's 10:48.
very neat things like that. Right.
And Sure. Next item on the agenda that we're going to be having presented is a multi-factor authentication by Mr. Mate. If your mic is on.
Oh, as I tell everybody, pay attention to the green light, and then I didn't pay attention to the green light. Fantastic. Just like when you go in a meeting and I have technical problems, everybody loves it. So yeah, the green light must be on. So good morning, everybody. I'm here to talk about multi-factor authentication, or MFA. So what we're going to be starting to talk about is basically passwords alone are not that secure anymore, as you know. Some interesting facts. As I'm getting older, I got to put these on to read there. If your password right now, and this is if somebody does a brute force attack on your password, where they run a program that says, I'm going to just try to figure out your password, and I'm going to go through a database of passwords. If your password is 7 characters long and has just upper and lower numbers, it'll take approximately 25 seconds for that password to be hacked. If you have upper and lower, and you're like, oh, I'll add in numbers, that'll be okay with 7 characters, 1 minute. If you have upper, lower, numbers, and special characters, I feel good. 7 characters long, 6 minutes. So that's how fast passwords can go. You type out password in your birth year, you're going to be hacked in less than a minute. For everybody's wiped out password 1, instantly. The sweet spot, yeah, everybody's now going Control Delete, change passwords, which is good. The sweet spot on passwords is around 11 characters. It starts to get long, everybody starts to fumble with it, but just know that if you have only numbers, just some stats here, if you have numbers only with 11 characters, it'll take 2 seconds. If you have lowercase, just lowercase with 11 characters, it's going to take that same system 1 day. If you have 11 characters with upper and lowercase, it's going to take 5 years. Add in a little more complexity and you go numbers, upper and lower, 41 years with 11 characters. You have 11 characters with numbers, lower, upper, and a special symbol, 400 years. So when you're creating passwords, just know 11 is the sweet spot. Right now, I'm going to say some things during this is I'm not going to give you that much information about EGOSD's policies because this is being broadcast and it's being recorded. So I'm not going to tell you what our policy is here, but ours we need to look at as well. So passwords alone are not that secure anymore. Hackers have developed countless techniques to steal your passwords to gain unauthorized access to your email accounts and other systems. The FBI right now has recently just came out and said that most of all the systems that have been compromised in the past year could have been prevented if they had multi-factor authentication in place, or MFA. MFA can also be referred to as two-factor authentication or two-step verification. You're probably fairly familiar with it. You've probably seen this. It's important for EGOSD to implement MFA to stop hackers from installing ransomware in our systems and stealing confidential staff and student and parent data that must be protected at all costs. So a little bit of background. So what MFA is rather than asking for just a username and password, MFA requires an individual to use a phone number or an authenticator app or a code along with your password to get into the system. The second, not a thumbprint could be, so Ms. President, hold up his thumb. A thumbprint could be that, but then we have to collect biometric information on that. So that's not the way we want to be going. But that, yes, a thumbprint is considered Face ID. Those are considered second factor. The second form of verification prevents hackers from logging into secure systems, even if they have stolen the employee's passwords via email scam. So even if they have that 7-character password of yours that they hacked in 25 seconds, If they don't have that code to go along with it, they can't get into it. So that's what's going on. Now, they'll probably find out another way to go around that. For now, MFA is the best thing we can put in place to help protect our systems. It's used by banks, healthcare providers, credit card companies, and other companies to protect the sensitive information. It's the only, as I said, it's the only proven way right now. And most K-12 districts are moving to implement this if they have not done so already. So neighboring districts have already put it in place. Some are at the same stage we are. Some are just starting to plan it out. Also, MFA is a requirement now going forward to get cyber insurance. So the district's going to start to enforce MFA on all staff. So I want to be very clear, we're talking about staff, not students. We're not going to put a second grader required to do an MFA under their systems. Now, mostly because they don't have access to some of the things that people would want. So, and they can't do that remotely. So it's for accessing, so we're going to do it for all staff for accessing email, OneDrive, and other Microsoft services in the next few months. Specific timelines and instructions will be sent out to sites as we go. So we're developing that timeline right now. We're ready to go, and we just have a few more tweaks on that, and we'll start to roll that out to sites as into the small rollout plan. The second factor, along with your password, will be, so these are going to show you what we'd like you to use for this. So the way we get the second factor, we're going to rank it from the ease of use and what we recommend down to the more complex and the one we recommend the least. So the first one is on your phone, your personal phone or work phone, install Microsoft Authenticator app. It's an app that's installed on your cell phone, and it's the easiest and most secure way to do MFA for us. The next recommendation is a text message. So on your personal phone or a district phone, if you have one, you can get a text message where it sends a code to you via text message, and then you have to enter that code into the screen to log on. The next one is a hardware token. So if you don't have a personal phone, you don't want to put your work thing on there, and you don't have text messaging, or you don't want to do text messaging, we can give you a hardware token. And it's a little token, looks like this, only it will have a code on it. You push a button and it will show a random code on it. It has a 7 or 6-digit code on there. And that'll be the code you would use to log into the system, just like the text message code. But it's a piece of hardware that you attach to your keychain. If you go to log in and you don't have one of those 3 things, you can't log on. So you've got to be carrying that with you. For teachers, you can, everybody has their cell phone. I mean, I don't know how far you can get away from your house before you panic and turn back to get your cell phone. I'm about pulling out of the driveway before I'm like, start tapping everything and start looking around, figure out where that is. So that is by far the best and the most secure and the easiest. So what it will look like. So when you log in and it requires you to get this MFA, you're going to get this thing will pop up. So you log into email, this will pop up. Approve, sign, and request. If you use the Authenticator app, it just pops up on your screen and you click approve. And that's it. Then you're off and going. Now, you have to be careful. Make sure you're trying to sign into something, because that is something else the hackers do now. They'll try to hound you with just request. And you're like, get just tired of getting these things. So you just go approve. And then they're in on the far side. So you got to make sure you're actually trying to get into email. If you weren't, you hit deny and it stops.
Need your microphone, Mr. Perez.
When I see this on my home computer or computer here, you see that a lot of times you look at it and says, is that for real, or like for Microsoft, or is that from a hacker? They're getting so sophisticated with the this process, you know.
First thing, use common sense, right? Does that look weird?
Yeah.
If it looks weird,
it looks weird.
click deny, right? You're not going to stop. I mean, what's the worst thing that happens if you stop it? Then you got to say, okay, we got to figure that out.
Yeah.
If something's going on in your head saying that seems odd, like, or I got an email from Chris asking me to, wire some money, that seems weird. Well,
I would go ahead and wire me the money.
So if you got to trust your instincts. See something that seems odd. That if you're not accessing your email and you're getting a pop-up on your phone saying somebody's trying to get in, deny. That's not good.
Cancel.
Yep. So use that spidey sense of yours.
Okay. Stomach.
If you don't have the Authenticator app and you choose to use text message, this will pop up on your screen. You choose text message. That will then appear right there saying, give me the code. Then you go to your phone, you get the text message, and you type out that code that's there. You type it in the screen and click verify. You're off and going. And the same would be if you had the if you had the hardware token. So instead of getting it via text message, it would appear on your little keychain thing and you type that code in. One thing that's important to know if you're using Authenticator, Authenticator also has those codes as well. So you don't need to have the hardware token or the key. So let's say you're in a room where some of our classes have, it's encased in cinder blocks. No cell phone reception comes through there. No big deal. You can still use Authenticator and you just click a button to show the code and you can use the code that's attached there. And you don't have to have a hardware token or a text message. You can still get it from the Authenticator app. So it doesn't require internet on my cell phone to get in. So what does registration look like? So this is how a user will go about registering for multi-factor authentication.
This video will show you how to register your multi-factor authentication methods. Go to myaccount.microsoft.com. Sign in with your eGUSD email address. Enter your password if directed to a second login screen. On the Security Info tile, click Update Info. Click Add Sign-in Method. From the drop-down menu, select Authenticator App and click Add. Install the Microsoft Authenticator app from the App Store or Google Play Store on your phone and click Next. Open the app and allow notifications if prompted. Tap Add Account. If you receive a message about backup recovery, tap Continue. Click Next on the computer and tap Work or School Account on your phone. Tap Scan QR code on your phone. Using your phone, scan the QR code displayed on the computer screen, then click Next. Tap Approve on your phone. You will now see your account listed in the Authenticator app. Click Add Sign-in Method if you would like to add a secondary authentication method. From the drop-down, choose Phone and click Add. Enter the phone number at which you would like to receive text messages and click Next. A text message will be sent to your phone. Enter the code from the text message you receive and click Next. You are now ready to use multi-factor authentication.
So obviously, it's kind of a quick video through there. We have directions on how to do it. It seems like you're watching, I don't know how to do this, but it tells you on the screen exactly what to do. If you can follow the prompts, it's pretty easy to do. So we've been rolling it out. We've had a small test group. We've already been using with it. We've had about another 15 or 20 people outside. Technology services has been using it for quite some time, but then we have another 15 or 20 people outside of it. And to be honest, tech service is probably the more complex of how much it's being used and where all the different systems we're going into. So we've been using it for quite some time and districts have been using it. It's pretty simple once you get going with it. And this will be for all staff. And so these are some things I'm not going to give you too much clarity on just because I don't want this part out there. So about when you get prompted. So basically when you're using a district laptop or phone, accessing email or any other Microsoft service, you're going to get prompted about once a month. So when you're accessing those same resources though, from a non-EGUSD device, like on a personal computer. So if you go home and use your personal computer and you log into email, you're going to get prompted about once a day. But if you use a district device or your personal phone, it's about once a month. The reason for that is devices versus phones. Not as much happens on phones as it does on computers. But there's a caveat with that. You might be asked more often. There is machine and user behavior learning that's occurring in the background. It knows where you're logging in. It has the history. It kind of sees these things. So if it sees something abnormal, it'll kick in and should ask you to authenticate again if you see something weird. So all of a sudden, you've never left Elk Grove, and the next thing you know, within 2 hours, you're in Dallas, Texas. It might go, that looks weird. I'm going to prompt you for MFA right now, even though it has been less than a month on your phone. So there's behaviors that happen like that, and it starts to give you a score, and you start to see it logs you in at Dallas, where they have what they call impossible travel, where you're here, and the next thing you know, you're down in Mexico, and it's within 35 minutes. That's impossible travel. It can't actually happen. So things like that. So it'll look to those things and we'll adjust on the fly. We also are going to have a website available. It's a SharePoint site, and that's the address, and it goes /cybersecurity. On there, we have all the videos. It has all the information about what we're looking for. It has stuff on just security in general, cybersecurity in general, about phishing and some emails, but then also on multi-factor authentication and how to troubleshoot some of the install part, how to use the app and those types of things. So with that, I thought I'd see if there were any questions.
Okay, we will go down the line for questions or comments. Mr. Track.
I actually have more comments because I like to speak from my own experience based on this because I have a lot to relate to on this. So with the multi-factor authentication, well, I usually call it 2FA, but like a lot of circumstances, like I agree it's really important because I have a lot of accounts where you'll get messages and just like one click and they'll have your entire account. That actually happened to me a couple months ago. My friend, he got his account hacked and he sent me a link. I was like, okay. I clicked on it and then all of a sudden like messages were getting sent from my account that I never sent. So yeah, I think it's really important. Like I'm glad that's being brought up. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza.
No questions, but very much appreciate the work. So thank you for letting us know what's going on.
Ms. Albiani.
Thank you.
Mr. Yang.
Thank you.
Mr. Frisina.
I don't want you to get off easy, Steve, but
Fire away.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Jamerson.
Thank you.
Mr. Press.
That link that you have there, are you going to send it to us? So-
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it.
As well as the presentation itself.
Yeah, it should have been attached. The presentation should have been attached to the agenda item.
I didn't see it there.
Okay, all right, we can send it out. I can.
Yeah,
I have one thing to say. I would say, your presentation was good because you make us laugh along the way. That was good. I enjoyed it.
It's just me making mistakes all the time, which is great. So it's good.
So just thank you for the presentation information. I'll be looking forward for the attachment in the video. And I cannot stress, just similar comment to our student rep here, very important to have the second authentication.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just one comment real quick. I just want to make sure we kind of have a grasp of this, the seriousness of it, as funny as the presentation was. But the reality is, and Steve can probably speak to some of the numbers, which could be astounding, but we're getting attacked on a daily basis, hundreds, if not thousands of times a day and week for sure, where there are entities trying to get into education systems. And I don't know that we're at the top of the list, but we're on the list. And if you look at local school districts, I know Pittsburgh had the situation. I know Lodi had a situation. LA Unified, obviously the largest district in the state. And the ability for someone to get into your system through an employee access point and the data that we have on people, our folks, is it's a real thing. So I don't mean to speak just very quickly about some of the numbers, the attacks that we get.
Yeah, so we do get, so just the other day, and again, I'm going to be a little vague with this, but know that we had like an example the other day was we got an alert that a individual's account was saying that some learning behaviors, right? Some things they were seeing was all of a sudden logged in from Virginia and then Detroit, all within the matter of about an hour. Had already sent out a few hundred emails. And so the account just was the password was attacked. So that just happened just the other day. There was 2 or 3 that happened from that. So what happened is that individual's account got compromised, sent out emails to people in the district. People in the district felt safe to click on the email. It didn't say the external, so they clicked on their link. They got their password compromised, and then their passwords got compromised. So within the matter of a few minutes, and it all happened at about 3 o'clock in the morning. So about that fast is how things can really go, and there's nobody there. So we have systems in our place that starts to throttle that and pay attention to some things, but it takes maybe an hour for it to kind of kick in. So that just happened just the other day where we had to change their passwords. If we had MFA in place for those accounts, that wouldn't have happened because those accounts would not have been able to be logged into remotely. That one password would not be enough. So this will help with that. We have had countless times where we see systems from outside agencies trying to connect in. We're now blocking outside. So basically, if you're outside of North America, we have it blocked so you're not coming into us. Because all the things that are coming on, just the electrical plant that was just compromised in North Carolina, I think it was. Some outside agencies, government agencies, foreign agencies trying to attack systems. We're on those lists. I mean, we all are. So it's happening in LA Unified. What happens is an account gets compromised. You might think that your account doesn't really mean much, but it's personal. First of all, it starts off with your account starting to send off emails. What they're really looking for is they just try to go across an environment and just start sending emails, and hopefully somebody with some access clicks on that link, and then they take it, and there's a vulnerability in the system you've got. So your system's not always up to date, right? There's always a lag time behind that. So they hope they can use one of those and then get off and keep going into our systems and further in. So as we make things more remote and all the options with that, that's great. It also brings a lot more stuff in and the threats that go on it. And it's not just outside. Students try to do it. Teachers try to do it. So it's an important thing for us. So we're always vigilant with what we're doing. We have some things in place. We're putting more in place, and we're going to continue to put more in place. But it is not a small endeavor, and it's a huge thing right now because it is number one on our list of things to be taken care of.
I have one more comment. I'd like to congratulate you on that issue, but also the other issue I was worried about, updating our software. That's a lot of times we get those type of messages, and I don't do that. I don't update it, or I found out I can't, number one. But now I see that that's a typical message that a lot of hackers use. That's what I heard.
They're sending you to say, click here to update.
Your computer or PC needs updates.
Yep, pop-ups like that happen all the time. They're going to say, click on those things.
Right.
You won't see that from us.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, we'll take care of the updates automatically.
okay.
All right.
Thank you for the presentation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could, Mr. Hoffman, give a few minutes.
Time.
Okay, so I just did a quick text to make sure that the folks that we invited were scheduled to be here at 11:30. So I'm checking in with you to make sure they didn't somehow get noon. So I'm waiting on that, but I can certainly get started, and there will be some other folks joining us, and this will give the board an opportunity to share their thoughts as well. So I'll just do the initial kickoff and make sure folks are aware that this will be Dr. Crystal Martinez-Alire's. There we go. How about why don't we take 5 minutes, because I think folks will be here in a few minutes, so we can do it, so everybody's here. Okay.
5-minute break, please.
Hey, brother, how you doing, man? Dr. Martinez-Alire?
Yes.
All
we're
right.
ready.
Okay, well, welcome those that have joined us. This is an opportunity for the public viewing may not be aware, but this will be Dr. Crystal Martinez-Alire's final board meeting after serving 2 terms on the board and serving as president this past year. So we have family, we have representatives from the city of Elk Grove, and we have representatives from Cosumnes River College as well. And so we're going to have the opportunity for members of the family, Mayor Singh Allen, and Dr. Bush from CRC to share a few words. We'll give the board an opportunity to say thank you. And then we also have a couple of things from the district that I'll wrap up. And the final piece will give Dr. Martinez-Alire the opportunity to say a few words. So I think we'll start with the family. And Matt, if you want to kick us off, thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable board members and superintendent. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Just wanted to honor my little sister, Crystal. We call her Frog. I told mom I'd say that. I give nicknames, but she did a really good job. I know in the past few years with COVID, it's been really difficult for the board members, and our family and our community has always stuck with you. And the board has always stuck with us since we've been children here in the district. And it's a big accomplishment to have your name on, especially on the plaque at Miwok Elementary. I think it was fitting this year, but also working together as a board just gave her the strength to get through and to lead. And so we were very honored to see her and humble leader. This past month, our grandfather is going to be placed on the state capitol, the first Native statue in the state of California. And so with Crystal serving on a board as Native elected official, and now having more recognitions throughout the state, it's been an honor for our family to see how Elk Grove, we're products of Elk Grove, and to see from Head Start to the district graduating, coming back and serving, our community has always been hand in hand and partner with our school district and our board. And so at this time, I want to honor her. I asked my mom and Richard and the family come up. I always got a joke that Crystal doesn't cook. She always eats fast food. And so I thought a gift would be a suiting gift would be a basket for maybe she could be a gatherer. So this is a basket I got from one of our elders. And this just, the colors you can see that are woven into it. Some are dried out, some are all natural colors, but they're woven together. And that kind of signifies our family. It signifies our community and how strong we are and resilient we are. And so, again, as your board members, you guys are a part of this basket, and it has a lot of history in it. So I'll let my mom and baby and Squish give you the basket if you come down, please.
Thank you, sir. Very well done. Thank you very much. Mayor Singh Allen, would you like to present next?
Good morning, everyone. What an honor to be with all of you again, to honor one of our own. And I still consider you all part of my family, so I'll always refer to you as one of my own. So thank you again for all the work that you do. But today, this morning, is about Dr. Crystal Martinez-Alire, a dear friend and former colleague who I love and admire so much. You know, I don't even know where the last 8 years have gone. It's just flown by. And seeing your young girls, seeing you as a beaming mother with your munchkins here and having your baby during our school board tenure, what an honor to see these young ladies grow up to becoming beautiful young ladies and seeing representation so that you can lead the way for others like your daughters. This is how you pave the way for representation and future leadership. Thank you for all that you've done for our school district, for our children, our families, our underrepresented families, most importantly. It was just an honor serving with you, your leadership role with the California School Board Association, and serving on all of those various committees that you dedicated so much time in your time away from your family, but you knew the importance of the work beforehand. And you've left a tremendous mark with the California School Board Association, but most importantly, this family here with Elk Grove Unified School District, and of course, our great city. So I have a recognition here that I'll read on behalf of the city of Elk Grove, and that is obviously for Dr. Crystal Martinez-Alire. Whereas the community supports the development of our youth and cherishes our educators and institutions of learning that guide generations to foster understanding through instruction that inspire students, expand their knowledge base, and pursue continuing education. And whereas Dr. Crystal Martinez-Alire served 8 years on the school board, having enhanced the lives of thousands of students, colleagues, and staff, serving as a dedicated trustee and advocate for the rights of the underrepresented youth, an insightful manager of finances, and a keeper of the public trust. And whereas Dr. Crystal Martinez-Alire has served as a force of positive transformation to our community, providing our youth the means to become better educated, intelligent, responsible citizens, and imparting a legacy of providing equitable education programs and services that set the foundation of educational excellence, known and respected as the Elk Grove Unified School District. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby recognizes and celebrates Dr. Crystal Martinez-Alire for the many years of dedicated service to the Elk Grove Unified School District and the community of Elk Grove, and extends the utmost appreciation and respect to Dr. Crystal Martinez-Alire, reflecting on her service and lifelong passion championing for our city. Signed this day by the entire City Council. Congratulate you. We know that this is not the end of your service, but you will continue to serve our great community in so many other dynamic ways. Thank you.
He's getting direction right now. Okay, so I have a couple more community speakers, and one of them is someone that you'll come to know in the very near future, and it's our newest board member, Michael Vargas.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm excited to get to know all of you a little bit better over the coming years. But more than anything, I wanted to come up and just say thank you so much for everything. I think, it's been such a privilege over the past 12 to 16 weeks to, watch everything that you've done and see you model, what is an incredible service to the community in this position. And I know that, your presence and your experience can never truly be replaced, and that it will stay with all of us, over the next few years. But thank you so much, and I hope that I will at least be able to make you proud over the next couple of years. So thank you.
Thank you for being here, and just want to thank you. I know it'll be the passing of the baton and you'll be replacing me, but I really value the relationship we've created, so thank you.
It reminds me of a quick story when I became superintendent in El Dorado Union High School District. Sherry Smith was the previous superintendent. She's just a phenomenal leader. And people always said, what is it going to be like to fill her big shoes? And I said, no, you don't understand at all. Sherry has these little shoes and they're high heels and they're going to kill me to try to put those up. So I just trying to think through the two of you. If you're going to try to wear her shoes, good luck, my friend. But, okay, and we do have Dr. Bush with Cosumnes River that was going to join us, and looks like he has a colleague as well.
And Tadayal is with him as well.
And I will introduce him. Madam President, members of the board, and Chancellor Superintendent, it is indeed my honor and my privilege. With me, I have Tadayal Emeru, who is the Chief Student Services Officer at Cosumnes River College that oversees the Division of Counseling that Dr. Martinez-Alire works in at CRC. On behalf of the thousands of faculty, students, and employees that make up Cosumnes River College, we just want to say that we are so very proud of you. Your representation, your presence has made an indelible impact on institutions. Elk Grove Unified School District and the thousands of students in which it serves. But in addition to that, the knowledge, the skills, the leadership, the expertise, the competency, and the most importantly, the spirit and passion in which you have operated in has also made CRC better. So we are a direct recipient of your service and your dedication and how you have grown by being a member of this illustrious board. And with that, we continue to look forward maybe to even having you more at CRC as a result of giving this up, because we have a lot of work that we're going to do together. We talk about the importance of representation, but representation means more than just physically showing up and looking like a group of students that you may serve. It's what you do when you're in that position of power and influence. You have done right. You have done right by your people. You have done right by your community. And so I just want to affirm something that you already know, that the spaces in which you occupy is better as a result of you being in there. And that's the only thing we could look to do as a leader, and you have accomplished that. And with that, I leave you with just the simple words and phrase that I think we all want to hear at the end of a journey, and that is job well done. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Wasn't sure if there was anyone else from the community or family that wanted to share any words. You're certainly welcome. No, a little peer pressure going on here. Okay. We can lower that the podium for you.
I'm Crystal's mom, Doreen, and I just want to let Crystal know I'm going to start crying before you do, but I am so very proud of you in all that you do every day, just getting up, getting your kids ready for school, and proud of both you and Matt together working as leaders in our community. For all our tribal members, they've been leaders, and everywhere they go, I see my two children doing wonderful things, and I'm so very proud of them, and I'm so very proud of Crystal leading the way as she is now. And I know it's hard to let go of this for me too, because I see her always busy. And I know she's going to take a little break, but I know, like she said, it's not going to be for long because there's other things that's going to come for to her. So I just love you very much, and I'm so proud of you. And I know your little ones are too, and Mariah and baby just sitting there listening to everything, and they're going to follow in your footsteps. And I know all our family that's not here too, they're so proud of everything you do. Thank you.
That wasn't any fun at all. Okay, well, now there's an opportunity for the board to share some thoughts. And Mr. Porcina, if you just want to start, and we'll just work across the podium.
Thank you. When I was working in Santa Clara County Office of Education, I was active with and really had an affinity for Native programs. And then I moved to Elk Grove, and 9 years ago became a member of the board. And one of the first things I did was to become intimately involved with our Native education program. And through that program, I met Crystal. And when she decided that she would run for a seat on the board, I was just really enthusiastic because to me, no population has been more underrepresented and ignored than the Native population. And so having a representative on the board meant a lot to me. And certainly with her service, Crystal has kept that issue, as well as the issue of representation of all kids, really paramount in the work that she does. Your mom and brother spoke to it. I know being a mom is really important. Being a mom of Native children also has importance. And while we can talk about the benefits of providing education to our kids, for your children, seeing their mom, who is Native, in a leadership role, to me, really opens the door and demonstrates what's in their futures. So Crystal, it's been a pleasure. I hope this is not the last time I see you, but proud of you. I know you will be active, and thank you.
Can't believe the day has come. Crystal, I'm so happy for you that you're going to get a bit of a reprieve, a well-deserved break. Folks who know Crystal as a school board member may not know how many other hats she wears. Really across the entire state, she's pulled in a lot of directions because people see the same thing that we see, right? We see this bright, intelligent woman who leads with a lot of heart and has a passion for children and for Native American children in particular. She has given in many capacities to the California School Boards Association as a member of the board of directors, and they put her on way too many committees. And she has been an educator, a guidance counselor. She's contributed to not only the community college system, she was at UC Davis prior to that. She's a mentor to those of us, her colleagues, and also to young people. So I'm so excited that she's got all of that under her belt. And this is not a retirement from everything, right? This is a pause. This is a coming up to get some air and enjoy time with family. I can't wait to see what comes next. What else you do with your time and your talents and your passion. I hope you'll continue to involve me. I really appreciate everything I've learned from you, throughout these past 7 years. And, I want to commit to you that I will do everything I can to continue the legacy, the really high bar that you set in terms of Elk Grove Unified's responsibility to honoring the past and accurately teaching the history of the original inhabitants of our area and doing everything that we can to support their goals and their future. And I want to thank you for the example that you've set of your deep roots in the community, of being truly educated and informed about what's going on across this organization, and really bringing your whole self to this job. You've set a high bar, and we're going to miss you. Thank you.
Well, I'm a crier, so you two are not helping anything, is all I'm going on record as saying. So I just made some quick notes. Thank you for sharing who you are with me through the years and teaching me about your history, your culture, your family, your love of your family and culture has made me a better person. So I appreciate that very much. I think you're an excellent example. You started as a paraeducator in our district and rose to the board seat. We had a tough 2 years together. I appreciate you being the vice president and all the hours you spent talking to me on the phone and supporting all of our students, and the work we did together in that time is very special to me. CSBA is another point where we got to intersect quite a bit. I remember the first year I went to CSBA conference, you and I drove over to San Francisco. No, we drove separately, but we met and had dinner that night and ended up having a 3-hour dinner, just getting to know one another. And I still can remember that night very well and appreciate that was the start of many, many good nights. So I think you brought a lens to this board that will be missed, but I think it is now hopefully ingrained within us, and we will continue that work. And please know that I am always here to listen to you, and I continue our friendship and to take your advice, because I do value your opinion, your advice, and the work you've given to us and our students. Thank you.
I want to start by sharing a story when we were at a graduation in Goldie One, and we were sitting next to one another, and you were sharing a story of your grandfather, the work that he did, and your family's legacy. I could relate somewhat to that story and how powerful that story is, because not too long ago, my grandpa or grandfather and dad used to live in the hills serving their people as well. And it's not easy for particularly women to step up and serve the way that you do, coming from that kind of background. And not just serving, but you educate yourself to the highest that you could go to, which is a doctorate degree. And serving with a personality of calmness and quietly. And I think that the last 2 years, when I got on board, it's probably, it's a historic time, and it's a crisis that none of us has ever experienced. And you serve on that board as a VP along BAF. And I think that, when it's really loud outside, sometimes it's good to be serving quietly and just getting things done. And, I learned some trademarks from you, and I got to do better on that part. And it's been an honor serving with you, I should say, as a VP. And when I think of you, I think of representation, representation for all ethnic groups, especially for the Native Indian folks, for the Asian people, because that's what I see. And that's what I feel when I look at you. And your your representation is giving me hope to be better. So thank you for all that you've done and all that you're doing. And going forward, I think that, you know, your legacy on this district and also at CRC, I think it's gonna continue to have influence on the kids and everyone that comes to know you. So thank you for your service.
Well, first off, I just want to say thank you. And unlike everyone else here, I've only been here for a few short months, but these past few months have been irreplaceable to me and also a really valuable experience. And I don't think it'll ever be the same without you. And I just want to share a short story. It's like the first time I actually found the confidence to speak during the meetings. It's thanks to you, I guess. After it passed me, like I wanted something to say, but like I was too scared. So like what I was going to use, like, can you please come back to me later? And I guess after that, I started to start getting on my own feet. And thanks to you, I really found myself here, and it's been a really nice environment thanks to you. So thank you for helping me finding my place here and also helping me get the confidence to start speaking. And I definitely think I wouldn't have been able to do it without you. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. It's been an honor to serve alongside you. I really appreciate you welcoming me. I enjoyed our pedicab ride together in San Diego the first year that I went to the CSBA conference. But getting to know you as a mother, getting to know you as a fellow community college colleague, I've just appreciated being able to watch you lead and the example that you set. And I think that while we see somebody that may be quiet and calm, you are a quiet strength. And the strength that you have led with on this board has shown through. And so I just really appreciate and feel honored to have been able to serve alongside you. And I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next and to continue working together in the future and being community college colleagues.
I'm a crybaby too. Yeah, I like to stand up when I talk. Yeah. Let me tell you a little bit of history. When the seat was vacant, my duty as a citizen of this county, this state, this nation was to look for somebody to replace somebody in the seat representing Monterey High School and all Elk Grove, all. And I went out there, I looked at my board or our board here, and it says, there's not a Native American, but we have Native Americans in our community. Has there ever been a Native American sitting on our board? No. So my number one priority was to look for one. And where'd I go? I go ethnic studies, I go people of color. Do you know anybody with a PhD or any time to work, do some civic service engagement? And there's names come up, and a lot of people mentioned Dr. Martinez. I don't like to call her Crystal. I like to call her doctor because she earned that degree. And it gets me upset when I see her name, Crystal Martinez. No, it's Dr. Martinez. She earned it, and she deserves that title. So what did I do? I found her. And it was hard to convince her to run. And it took me that's not only me. I got to give credit to my friend, Harold Fong, who's on the Sacramento County Education Board. And he and I We talked about, candidates and who we can get to represent and help Elk Grove. And sure enough, again, he heard Dr. Martinez's name. So you think she'll run? I hope so. She has the credentials, the experience. She's a student of Elk Grove Unified School District, an employee of the Sacramento School District, a mother who worked for the school district. How many years? 30 plus years she had run, and children of the district. So I said, man, let's work on Dr. Martinez. And it was hard. She's not the only person that, it takes Ghana's heart. And we believed in her. And we said, hey, we got to convince her that, spending the time and educating her about, how to run and how to represent and what their political message, education political message is when she goes to these workshops or these presentations. She had the ability. It just that, like you said, she's quiet, modest. She just needed a little push. And that's what it took. And there's other Native Americans, other people who could sit at this table, that's all they need. A little push, a little time, a little bit more education. And as a result of that, we walked precincts with the whole family there, her husband, her children, and we had coffee together, lunch together, and predicted the outcome and what this, message would be. She had talent. She had the reputation. She had everything. It was a matter of just being exposed to the community. And that's what she did. She went out there, talked to the community, and she's a natural. I want to thank you, Mom, for giving her time to us. And you, her husband, thank you, and children for giving her time, because that, she did take a lot of time, and I know that. And she's gonna go take a break. I know that for a fact, and be a homebody for a while, but I don't think that that's the end of her career, because she's a representative of Native American nation. She has the ability. We've talked about other positions higher at the state level, federal level, United Nations. She has that ability. I'm telling you, it's not gonna, she represents indigenous people in the United Nations quality. Her style, I like her being a little bit more aggressive, but I can't change that. That's just her, and let it be. I had to say it to myself, and I gave her, a hard time sitting on this board. I did it intentionally to toughen her up, to tell you the truth. I needed to toughen her up. But that's what it is. I'm gonna miss her. I miss your family. Well, she's part of the community. And what's happening in the Native Nations today, it's one big family of peace and harmony. That's what it is. If you have that in mind, that's what she is, and she will always be with us. And she believed in access, equality, representation. She's doing that right now. But I think, personally, she's going to a higher level. And her children are going to follow her steps. Especially, stand up, please. Stand up. Yes, you. This woman right here is another future leader of our community. And her daughter's going to be the same thing. These children, all we need to have access to education. That is, what Crystal believes in, and I believe, Dr. Martinez believes in, and I believe is access. Once you give people access to education, it sets their mind to liberty, justice, and it's freedom to go wherever you walk. So again, thank you, family. Thank you, Crystal, Dr. Martinez. You did a lot for our community. And your words of wisdom are always going to be in our community. Everybody, when you talk, people listen. like that commercial. What is it?
Yeah, Hutton.
Yeah. People listen to you. You have that ability and that reputation because you're part, again, let me tell you, she's part of the Franklin community. They've been here from day one in this community, living throughout these mountains, the valley, to the coast. And they have family and friends who are very influential throughout our geographical area and the world. And times are changed for Native American indigenous people. And she's going to be part of that. So thanks again, Dr. Martinez. It was a pleasure working with you. Yeah. And forgive me the times I gave you a hard time and, press your button here and there. But it was intentional, out of good heart. You know that, right? Right. Okay, thank you. Okay, forgive me. Thank you. Oh.
All right, so my turn now. So first of all, we do have a plaque that we'll share with Dr. Martinez-Alire, just as a recognition. So when you look at it, you think of us, and because we will think of you, and it clearly highlights the 8 years of service and who you are as a person and a leader. And then we also have this little gavel thing that goes along with the recognition of you in serving in the board presidency role. So I'll make sure you get both of those. But for me personally, it's been a pleasure to work with you. I've learned a great deal in your leadership style. We share many similar leadership style characteristics. But you also have many that I hope to have, and so I appreciate that opportunity that we've had in the leadership role of doing especially this work this past year and through the pandemic. The other piece that I'm really proud of is I've seen you grow as a leader as well through this, and we're better as an organization because you have been part of us. And I think I can safely say you're better as a result of having been part of this organization as well. So my big piece is thank you. I appreciate all that you've done. And like some have said, this isn't the end. Part of this is there's going to be a little bit of a take a deep breath, but there's a number of people across the state that need Dr. Martinez-Alire's leadership, and they're lined up. And Dr. Bush may try to push him off a little bit because he's going to want as much of that leadership and capacity at CRC, but her capacity and her influence go well beyond the bounds of Elk Grove Unified, well beyond the bounds of CRC and Los Rios, and I think beyond the bounds of the state of California. And so your leadership is recognized and appreciated. And so thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it my turn now?
You're the boss.
Trying not to cry or get emotional. So it's been a long journey. Had ups and downs along the way. I think for me as a leader, it's always learning, getting back out there, trying new things, realizing too, being on this board, it takes a collaborative approach and a unity to help make change. I know that transparency is key. We just went over the budget, millions of dollars that were given to this district, and making sure that the right things are being done. And I know my fellow colleagues always have that in their hearts when they're leading or speaking or bringing up an idea. What I've learned is that patience is a virtue. Listening is really critical. In order to make transformational change, it's helpful to have data and research. Cannot tell you enough. A lot of my decision-making on this board was because of the data and the research that was presented, the qualitative, the quantitative, and also the quality level. We would always ask questions, and I'm just thankful I got to apply my skills that I learned in my doctorate program at the leadership approach. All the cabinet and the staff here have been wonderful. When I started as a paraeducator years ago as a classified staff for more than 10 years in Head Start Preschool, I started that role in education because of my mother and my brother who worked in the Outgrove Unified. My mother served and retired for this district. She served about 30 years in preschool as a paraeducator herself. And then I seen my brother work as a native program educator for years. We had many other family members. I see you over there, Trina. Hey, one of my cousins, distant relatives. And there's so many other people who were part of the school district and a part of my work and the connections I made from, Mayor Singh Allen being on the board and sharing her as a colleague to Chet Madison and all my board colleagues here. I've learned so much from my fellow board members. I have to admit, my days off from the college, when I've asked for certain days off from the contract time, it was for actually work here. I never had days off. I was also serving at the state level for California School Board Association as the Native American Director at Large on their board of directors. And that appointed me to AEC committee, the Annual Education Planning Committee, for all 5,000 school districts or more, helping to plan the annual conference. I also got to help chair board development through that committee too. So there's a number of committees and research articles we published. And I just look back to that time, and I never thought that any of it was possible or flourished. And I really built a home here. I say Outgrove's part of my family because I mean that, because I grew up in this community as a young student. I grew up, as an alumni of Florin High School, and I got to sit as a student rep for the Native program. So I mean it when I say that Outgrove's family, because it is. And all of you here, I see as my extended family. I want to thank the college leadership. Dr. Alvarez, thank you for being here as well as Dr. Bush at Tadayel. It's very meaningful to have the support of my college colleagues and my administration, and also to my dean who couldn't be here today. She was really helpful. I just wanted to share two stories real quickly, briefly. One story was when I know we've had our meetings last till 1 or 2 a.m. in the mornings, and one was very difficult, and I share this story because I just wanted the board members to know, and I know there'll be other people replacing my seat, the commitment it takes. I remember giving birth to my daughter, who's over there now 4 years old, Maliva, and at the time, I was still out on medical leave, but I knew that I needed to be at a community forum at Sheldon High School. So for those women who have children who know what cesarean C-sections mean, I was called in to come back by the superintendent, and I was like, what? And it was barely not even 2 weeks, I think, since I had her. But I knew that it was a commitment. I needed to be there, and I knew I needed to be there to represent the school district as a board member. So I believe we stayed at that meeting till 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. And I sat there and didn't tell a soul that I just recently had my daughter. My mom was like, you should have shared that. And I was like, no, that's too personal. But I knew that for me, how important it was to be there and be a part of the board and the community member. So that stands out to me. And also the time when we had to make a difficult decision was shutting down the school district due to COVID. We got so many emails, so many phone calls. It was such a controversial issue, backlash from many community people. And as a district, we stood strong. And I thank the president at that time, Ms. Albiani, for helping to lead that way, because that's really important. So my time here, I know it's not a goodbye. I know that I'll still be in the community in my work, and to my daughters and to my husband. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me and allowing me to dedicate other time away from you. I know I missed out on a lot of birthday parties and celebrations and different things, and I'm sorry for that. but I'm here and I'll always be here for you. You know that. And to my mom, thank you for your support. Sometimes I needed last minute childcare, was, hey, can you help with the kids? Because all of this would not have been possible without that community support. So I just want to thank all of the district staff, from the teachers, paraeducators, to the CSEA, to also ask me all the representation for the school district, the different unions. We have 7 unions in the school district, and they helped to support in different ways too. So I want to thank all our employees, all our district employees, administration staff, all of our employees at the school sites. Their work is really meaningful and valued. So thank you all for being here, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
So now she's really going to be excited about doing a picture, right? So if we want to do any photos, we are on the podium here. You want to announce we're going to go to lunch just officially?
Yeah, the lunch, right, is in the back room, and then you can come out here and eat. And then if I can have some of the community and CRC and everybody, if you can come up here so we can take a large photograph, I'd appreciate it. We will recess and get break for lunch at 12:20. like to call the meeting back to order, and we will be recessing into closed session at this time at 1 p.m. to address items 1 through 3. Is there any public comment?
There are not.
And then if there are no public comments, we will recess into closed session. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Like to call the meeting to order and then at 3:10 PM and announce that the board did meet in closed section and no action was taken. The next item we have on the consent agenda and like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 3 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Have a first and a second on the consent agenda. I'll conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Albiani?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson? Aye. Mr. Perez, the consent agenda.
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Ms. Travis Espinoza had to leave. And then I would like to adjourn this meeting at 3:11 PM. Thank you. Okay.